My 32 male, wife, 28 female, told me she is bi and wants to explore for a year. What can I do to stop her from doing this? My wife and I have been married for 4 years. She's never said anything about being attracted to other women. Last week, she sat me down and told me she's experiencing being attracted to women and would like to explore this. She said she would only do this for a year to get it out of her system, quote unquote. I'm not comfortable with this, and I'm not sure how to handle this. I told her I didn't want her to do this, but she said she needed to, or would otherwise start to resent me. I'm at a loss for how to handle this. She's the love of my life, and I don't know that I want her sleeping with women. In the comments, Artistic Musician says, so she wants to cheat on your marriage vows, basically. Being bisexual isn't some magic, not really cheating hack. I'm bi and have never had difficulty understanding that when I'm in a relationship, it means I can't kiss other men nor women because that is cheating. He should say, I'd also like to explore, and I'd like to explore finding a faithful, monogamous partner who wants to be married to me and only me. Oh my god, yes. Is she comfortable with you exploring other partners as well? She's basically asking for an open relationship. So you need to decide if this is for you or a marriage killer. Sorry. OP says, I don't think she would be. Mocked says, you can't stop her, but you can file for divorce. Disguised in Gold says, I'm bisexual as well, and it's a fact that's more or less no longer relevant in my life because I chose to marry my husband. I made vows to him to me, and neither of us have any excuse nor desire to be with others. Her backing you into a corner is really shitty, and if she doesn't work on her heart and mind to make a shift in her chosen desires, it's likely the end of the relationship. No fault of yours. You're in the right, and I would encourage you not to waver. Respect yourself by not playing into this in the slightest. OP says, really appreciate you commenting. Can I ask something? Did you explore with other women before marriage? I'm trying to understand how she's feeling right now. And they reply, I did. So I can't relate to that piece, but what I will say is that walking outside of a marriage to explore with a person of the same sex is no different than doing so to explore with someone of the opposite sex. Harmful and heartbreaking. This may sound extreme, but there are plenty of things I'd like to get out of my system. A desire to try hard drugs, for example, but it would ultimately cause pain and dissension. So I choose not to. It's sweet that you want to understand, but the reality is, though people love to come up with justifications for what they want, there is no valuable justification for her to do this that would warrant you giving approval. Her exploring with women is no different than what her exploring with other men would be. Either one shows a lack of satisfaction in the relationship. The why of that is the root question for you two to dive into, and is an active choice to test if the grass is greener on the other side, and a marriage where either of the partners are testing that, rather than making the choice of remaining committed to the one that they chose for their life, is destined to shatter over time. And OP replies, thank you. I appreciate you commenting. This is helpful. Unless OP is 100% comfortable with her doing that and on board with it, then it's just a no. It will always be a no. You can't exactly just change a monogamous relationship into something that's a bit more open on a whim like that. It's not even like she's trying to slowly nudge into this one either and be like, oh, wouldn't it be great if we explore like together with a woman and I can see if, that works for me because I want to explore my bisexuality? I can see that being like a fringe case of like bringing up a threesome. It's good for you and it's also good for me. It's more socially acceptable and it's more than okay for you to say no if you're not comfortable with that. I just wanted to bring that up as exploring our marriage a bit deeper, I can see why that would be a problem in marriages and how that could ruin your trust in your partner a little bit, but at least it's, a fringe case of just testing the waters and seeing if OP is on board with it. But instead, she just went the full Monty and said, actually, I'm leaving you unless you let me sleep with another woman. What is this outrageous demand? What do you think is going to happen? Like, it's a lose-lose situation here if he's not on board with it. But even if he was on board, saying, I'm going to leave you if you don't let me sleep with this woman, like, this relationship is untenable, what in God's name? I don't know. This just seems crazy to me. I don't like how this situation is at all. She's being incredibly uncharitable. She's not coming into the conversation with good intentions. Just seems like she was picking a fight from the get-go. Also, the emotional manipulation of, if you don't let me do this, I'm gonna start to resent you. I'm gonna hate you. I need this for at least a year to get it out of my system. Oh my God. Just tell me the marriage is over without telling me the marriage is over. You can't do that to your partner. And now, on to the update. After seeing a bunch of comments that my wife may have cheated, I called her at work and talked with her. I asked what prompted this so suddenly, and she was being short at first, but eventually said that she had slept with a woman on a work trip, then confessed that it was a couple, man and wife. She had gone to New York last month and met this couple and went to their room after drinks. I hung up the phone and haven't responded to any of her calls or messages. Right now, I'm sitting in my office, unsure of what I'm going to do. Thank you for all of the comments. I really appreciate all of the support here. If anyone has some divorce tips, I'll take them. In the comments, Taylor5 says, "Lawyer dude, that's the first step. Listen to them and take their advice." And OP says, "Appreciate that. Talking to some friends right now about the good ones in the area. Lawyer, secure your finances, cold beer with friends. Sorry this happened to you. Damn, didn't expect that outcome. No coming back from this." OP says, "Yeah, what a gut punch that conversation was. I can't believe she dropped that bomb on the phone rather than in person. Jeez. She cheated with a couple and found out that she likes women, so she wanted you to agree to her exploring. The audacity is unbelievable. Get a lawyer and don't confront her without recording it. Right now, she could do or say anything to make you the bad guy. So watch out and start telling your friends and family the truth before she comes up with a story to justify her actions." And this is just what she admitted to. I'm no expert on this, but it seems unusual to jump from committed monogamy to hooking up with a couple that you just happened to meet on a business trip. Yeah, you know what? Musk slipped very suddenly out of nowhere, and to me, that last comment is very telling, I think, of where she's at, in that this is all that she's admitted to. I imagine, given that this came up so abruptly out of nowhere, 2 times in a row, that first conversation was out of pocket. Her admitting to that over the phone was such a crazy escalation, and another out of pocket moment that what the hell else has she been up to that she won't ever admit to and is going to keep secret? If that's what she was willing to admit to, I imagine there is so much worse. The trust is gone. Why else would I not think that she has done so much worse in this instance? Jesus Christ. Something is so seriously wrong with that woman. I'm sorry, OP, that she did this to you. No one deserves to be done dirty like that. And I wish you all the best in luck, finding someone that genuinely values you and will not destroy you like this woman has. Keep your chin up, and good luck with the next one, OP. Thank you for the story. Thank you for the update. My girlfriend told me she was with a friend, but that friend was with me picking out an engagement ring. How do I confront my girlfriend about her lie? God, this is a doozy. I swear my life feels like a movie right now. I, 28 male, am planning on proposing to my girlfriend of 3 years, 26 female. Now, I suck at picking out jewelry. I'm the type of guy that doesn't see a problem with heart-shaped jewelry. Like, seriously, why is it considered so ugly? So every time I want to buy something for my girl, I usually consult one of our mutual friends. My girl's best friends are all friends with me as well, and we all get along well. So asking them for help picking out jewelry is just something I'm used to. When it came time to pick out a ring, I consulted my girlfriend's best friend Justine. Fake name. Justine and I are quite close, and she knows my girlfriend better than anyone, including me. So when my girlfriend went out to visit her sister and baby nephew, I invited Justine over to the house to help pick out a ring. Justine and I looked through a few catalogs, but decided that it was a dead end and it would be better to go to professionals at a jewelry store. However, I didn't know when my girlfriend would be coming home, so Justine and I thought of a clever text to gauge how much time we had. We asked her when she'd be coming home, as I was ordering takeout and wanted to know when to tell them to have the food ready by. She responded by saying that it would be a few hours. She just met up with Justine to go shopping. Now, obviously, this took me by surprise, since Justine was standing inside my house. I showed Justine the text, and she looked as confused as I was. It isn't out of the ordinary for my girlfriend to meet up with people out of the blue like that for shopping, lunch, etc. She's a very spontaneous person and loves making plans on the fly, so ordinarily, I would have believed this text in a heartbeat. However, obviously this had to be a lie. When she came home, she acted completely normal, and I played along, but it's really hard to act like everything's fine. We got takeout, ate together, and cuddled on the couch after. So far, she's caught on a little that something's upsetting me, but I just can't tell her what. Looking at her kills me. I don't know what to do. My girlfriend and I have zero trust issues, and we tell each other everything, so this lie is killing me. I want to ask her about it so bad, but if I tell her I knew that she was lying, I'd have to explain why, and I really don't want to do that. What do I do? I know she lied to me, but I don't know how to confront her about it. Should I just forget it? This won't stop gnawing at me. Please help. In the comments, Skincare Junkie 13 says, I know you say you can't tell her why you know, but I honestly think you should. You don't want this to bug you forever and propose to a girl that could potentially be hiding something. Just say that you were hanging out with Justine because you needed help with a gift, so you know she wasn't with her, and see what she says. Trust and communication is important, and it would suck to know that you proposed to a girl who could be doing you wrong, but also just as bad to sit there and let that lie eat you alive. You could just not bring up the proposal and simply say that we were picking out some jewelry. You don't have to blow the whole wad. Maybe she was getting something for you. Just tell her and ask her what's up. Yeah, just say that you were picking something out for her birthday or that you were organizing a romantic present and that the friend was helping you. However, if she presses, I would admit that you were looking for a ring. It would be sad to ruin the surprise, but honesty is key. Best of luck. Doesn't have to be the ring you were shopping for. You can tell her that you asked Justine for her input on a gift for you and she was standing next to you when the text came in. However, what do you think the chances are that Justine has not already tipped her off that you know that she lied and has given her time to prep a story? I don't know. If I was Justine and any of my friends pulled this shit, I would side with the boyfriend immediately. There is no way I would condone this behavior to the point of tipping her off before the boyfriend has a chance to talk it through. My faith in people is probably too high though. Interesting one. I'm gonna side with, I think Justine wouldn't tip her off, and that I'd like to believe in the best in people, and that Justine was not acting when she was like, oh, this is so surprising. What the hell? What does she mean by that? Oh, very odd. I'd like to think that Justine is not going to help her prep a story in which she covers up why she said it was Justine. I do think that OP should confront her about this in the way that the comments have said, like, yeah, bring it up and ask, oh, I was with Justine getting you a nice present, so I don't know how you could have been with Justine. What's going on there? It's a little bit weird, isn't it? I think that's a good way to go about it, but man, it's a bit fishy, this whole situation, isn't it? And now, on to the update. So I decided to confront my girlfriend. I thought about using some of the lies that people suggested, but they just wouldn't make sense. To say I ran into Justine somewhere, well, I told my girl that I had to stay home and do stuff around the house, and that's why I couldn't go with her to see my sister-in-law. To say Justine was helping me pick out jewelry, it doesn't make sense for her to come all the way to our house to help me pick out a piece of jewelry unless it was a serious piece of jewelry, like an engagement ring. If I just wanted to get her a piece of jewelry as a gift, I'd ask her friends for suggestions or ask them to send me pictures of jewelry she might like. It all happens over text. None of the excuses made sense, so I decided to be honest. I basically just said that I knew that we'd been thinking about marriage, and she probably knew that a proposal was coming soon. So I invited Justine over to help me find her the perfect ring, and that just happened to be the day that she said she was going to see her, so what's the deal? She immediately started grinning like an idiot and prodding me about proposing and the ring, but then we got back onto the topic of where she was, and she confessed to what she was really doing. No, she wasn't cheating, and no, she wasn't picking out a ring for me. The amount of times that was commented was crazy. So, some people are dog people, and some people are cat people. Well, me, I'm a snake person. I grew up with snakes my whole life, but I never felt that I was able to get one because my girlfriend has always been uneasy about living with a snake, which I completely respected. Also, the process of buying and raising a snake is very different than that of buying and raising a cat or dog. It's quite complicated. So you could imagine my surprise when my girlfriend showed me a picture of her holding the cutest Kenyan sand boa that I have ever seen. Needless to say, my girlfriend was going to surprise me with a snake. We're picking her up next week. I definitely did not expect this, and I feel bad for ruining the surprise, but oh well, life is good. Sorry if this isn't the ending that you guys wanted or expected. Just a snake. Thanks for reading. In the comments, Quackslike says, rattled over nothing. Dramatic people are gonna have a hissy fit. People really need to shed themselves of all of these ridiculous preconceived notions. You can't let negative thoughts slither in. Red says, I'm glad to see honesty and communication triumphed. Congrats on your future engagement, your new pet, and a happy resolution. Seriously, I love that in this relationship filled with honesty and communication, the only secrets they keep from each other are surprises to make the other person happy. And even then, they get found out super quickly because they both are in touch with each other's lives and friends. Well done, you two. I love how you both were trying to surprise each other, and both surprises were ruined in the sweetest way. I sold all my snake habitats to buy you this ring, but oh no, you sold all your ring fingers to buy me a snake. What? What a doozy of a story, eh? What a bloody knee slapper that one was. Another contender for most Aussie story out there. You guys got any more of them snake puns down in the comments? Glad the story went the way that it did, and things worked out because there are so many universes and similar stories like this where the girlfriend is actually cheating in a situation like this, and that she doesn't have a genuinely good excuse as to what she was doing when said friend was with her, but said friend was with you. So thank you for the positive resolution, OP. This was a needle in a haystack kind of story. You don't see them too often, and it's lovely to see, but for me, what the hell, a snake? I don't think I have the ability to live with a snake like that. I'm glad you two can, and that she can overcome those fears and give you such an amazing present. You'll love to see it. Thank you for the story. Thank you for the update, OP. Our next post is by user ThrowRAHugF, and it's titled, My 27 male, girlfriend 22 female, of a year, slept with another guy while we were taking it slow, a month into dating me. So I've been with this girl that I'll call Jess for close to a year now. Since specifics matter here, we started dating around last Thanksgiving, but it was only about a month later when we said we were in an official relationship. I really liked this girl from the get-go, and we've gotten very close since then, and we're actually planning on moving in together soon. Here's a problem. Recently, Jess and I ran into a guy at a small get-together with mutual friends. They exchanged a weird look like there was something between them, but I didn't think too much of it at the time. During the party, something came up about the place Jess went to for a date. The time was clear since it was a Christmas market in my town, and again, I thought something was off about the guy. Well, later that night, I actually get a text from him. He got my number from one of the mutual friends, but said, hey, I don't know you, but I thought you should know that Jess and I hooked up right after Christmas. I confronted Jess about this, and I could tell that she tensed up right away. She got this sad look on her face, but confessed right away. She said she'd met this guy on Tinder and hooked up a couple of times, but stopped any contact before we became official. She said she wasn't sure we would get into a relationship at that time, but she still felt bad that I found out this way. She said she considered telling me, but was afraid that it would ruin things between us. I told her I needed some time to think and proceeded to get drunk that night and ignored her texts. The thing is, I feel very betrayed and I'm really considering ending things. Sure, we weren't official when this happened, but we had already been on multiple dates at that time, and I thought it was pretty clear that we were moving towards a fully fledged relationship. On my side, I had no interest in pursuing other girls at that point because I only wanted to be with Jess. And on her side, she was definitely hinting at us evolving into a couple and strongly hinting at exclusivity. The other part that kills me is that during this early stage, Jess specifically said she wanted to take things slow physically until we knew each other better. But during this same time, she hooks up with a guy she barely knew from Tinder? When I asked her about this, she said it's different because she took it slowly with me, specifically because she thought that we would get into a relationship, but it was somehow different with a casual hookup. That logic makes zero sense to me. I don't really want to talk about this with my friends because I think they'd hate Jess if we ended up staying together, but I'd like to hear other opinions on here. Would you stay in a relationship like this if things were going well, but the beginning was so shady? In the comments, Ancient Party says, all other things aside, it does make sense for me to take things slow with someone that I'm pursuing a relationship, but it doesn't matter for casual sex/flings. I am thoroughly not into dating multiple people though. May Sangria 20 says, totally agree with the first part. Also, not that it matters here, but it's a common thing. While I never talk to more than one person at a time, I know there's plenty of people, men and women, who do. To them, if it's not an official relationship, it's not a problem or issue. For me, I literally can't do it because that's just not who I am. I would probably dump her. Sure, there was no true exclusivity talk, but I'd be upset finding out that I had to wait because I'm such a great catch that sex can be denied because of it, yet some rando on Tinder can hook up right off the bat. Look, I get it. Her body, her rules. She can sleep with everyone or no one. The point is, why the hell do people use these hints about wanting to have a relationship but need to try out a few more models to make sure? I mean, it really feels like being strung along. We need to take it slow, which should be code for, I don't want to rush this and get hurt, not take it slow with you, but not him. This is how I would personally view it. So once you decide you could get hurt in a relationship, you decide to take it slow, but in the meantime, if you know a guy is trash and you have no future with him, why not get some dick? Yeah, because sleeping with losers over genuine catches is the way to find a meaningful and lasting relationship. I'm trying not to get hurt, so let's go out of our way to do something that could hurt the other party and I know isn't right because I chose to hide it. I can do this because it's my body, I can do what I want. This is how I read your post. Genuinely disrespectful what this girl did to OP, and she deserves to get treated like the oxymoronic trash that she is. Honestly, I'm on the comments side for this one. You guys were a month into dating, and there was talks of exclusivity, and the idea of exclusivity was brought up. I think you need to learn from this to put strict boundaries around the exclusivity if that is what you want. And I'm not blaming you for this happening. I think it's a deal breaker personally, and that him reaching out to you in this regard is kind of a lifesaver. I won't lie. It saves you future time wasted dating someone that has slept with someone else while she was dating you. Doesn't matter if it was a month into dating you. If you guys are dating and that's a clear boundary for you, I think it's unacceptable. I agree. I think it is genuinely disrespectful what she did to you, and I'd be curious to know if the shoe were on the other foot, how she would feel about that. I think you were right to be feeling betrayed, OP. You had already been on multiple dates, and you thought you were pretty clear that you were moving towards a fully fledged relationship. Most normal people will think, okay, it is pretty much exclusive and mutual at this point, we are not going to be sleeping with other people. I understand the her body, her choice thing, where she wants to take it slow with you, but she hooks up with this guy a few times. Yeah, that's gotta hurt. I get the logic. I understand where she's coming from. Again, her body, her choice. It's just odd logic, and I can definitely see how that would hurt. And now, onto the update. As the title says, I decided to break up with Jess. I kept going back and forth because I was worried that I was throwing away a great thing over something that happened in the past, but the problem is, I thought I really wouldn't be able to get past it. I can't help that what she did was really shitty. Yes, I know that technically she didn't cheat, but she knew that I wanted a real relationship and that we were potentially moving in that direction. But meanwhile, she expected me to plan and pay for interesting dates, court her, and prove that I was worthy of her, while she happily hooked up with randos who basically did nothing but show an interest in fucking. Screw that. In a follow-up conversation, it also came up that her friends sort of guided her to act like this. That she should basically allow herself to have fun and to keep her casual options open, but with me, to make me work for it, and show that I wasn't just looking for sex, but was capable of being a committed partner. The whole thing just seemed so manipulative and ugly, and these were also mutual friends who I considered to be nice girls, and now my friends as well. Now I never want to see any of those pieces of shit ever again. Anyway, I know this is starting to sound like a bit of a rant, but I felt pretty pissed off and basically called it quits. The actual breakup was actually quite unpleasant. No harsh words were exchanged, but Jess cried, and we kinda talked about some happy times. I guess that's the hardest part about this. Like, I don't think she's a bad girl, and maybe we could have had a nice future together like we did over the past few months, but in the end, I do think I made the right decision. I want to be with someone who treats me well from the get-go, not someone who manipulates me while playing games just so she can have her cake and eat it too. In the comments, quote, that she would basically allow herself to have fun and keep her casual options open. Yeah. This is a terrible strategy for dating, and posts like this prove why. Quote, in a follow-up conversation, it also came out that her friends sort of guided her to act like this. Either she was trying to pass the buck, or she is weak-willed and easily influenced by her friends. Neither one is a good look for a partner. I wish you luck moving forward. I hope she learns the lesson here and carries it into her next relationship. Moral of the story is, if you want to be with someone, ask for exclusivity explicitly. No confusion or hurt feelings then. Well, it seems like he did ask for exclusivity and she didn't want it. OP's mistake was in waiting around for her to make up her mind. Quote, the whole thing just seemed so manipulative and ugly. I want to be with someone who treats me well from the get-go. Spot on. You made the right decision. I would never tolerate being with someone who felt the need to use the technical excuse of "we weren't official" to play the field. It's complete bullshit and shows a complete lack of class and respect. Furthermore, someone who is so intent on dating multiple guys at the same time is likely someone that a lot of guys wouldn't consider for any sort of serious relationship. If they are so needy for attention that it takes multiple guys every few weeks to fill their social calendar, and they have to have an app to manage scheduling all of their dates, then that is not relationship material for most men. This could well have been avoided if she would have just been upfront about her intent to continue to see others. It shouldn't have been left up to assume that she wasn't. Of course, she knew he would probably dump her if she would have told him, so it's likely he would have had to have asked. While it may be acceptable in modern dating for women to be going through guys like potato chips, most guys that are looking for something serious are avoiding these types. It would be far simpler if the people were just honest up front about who they are, what they are planning on doing, and what they've been doing in the past. That way, both parties can make an informed decision quickly. If the guy doesn't want to go out with a woman that's dating multiple guys casually, or is into casual sex, or has a huge list of previous partners, then finding out early lets him avoid wasting any time on someone that isn't going to be a match. Similarly, the girl can avoid wasting time on someone that isn't a match for her. Josie Badcat says, you also want to be with someone with enough confidence to make her own decisions and who lives her values, not her girlfriend's values. The blaming of the girlfriends is, to me anyway, Another level of ugly. I'm sure they are just as awful, but good people don't let themselves get convinced to do shitty things. Yeah, hard one. And I mean like her saying, oh, the girlfriends convinced me to do it. Like, come on. At the end of the day, they told you something, they pushed you in a particular direction, but they didn't force you to do anything. You, ex-girlfriend, of your own volition, chose to take their advice and action it. Then you hid the fact that you were sleeping with someone else while in the process of dating someone that wanted to be with you seriously. That's not and shouldn't ever be okay. I think OP did the right thing by breaking it off with her. This was a huge breach of trust on her side, and I don't think she could ever win his trust back. I think you just break it off, learn from this, don't do that again, and be a better person going forward. Don't take bad advice from your friends either. Thank you for the story, OP, and thank you for the update. Am I the asshole for stopping paying my ex's bills? So my ex and I split up about 3 years ago. No bad feelings, we just drifted apart until we realized that we were now co-parents, not husband and wife anymore. We have 2 kids, 13 and 10. My ex used to work as an infrastructure engineer, and I was working as an owner-driver with my own truck. At around the time the kids were born, we decided that she was going to be a stay-at-home mum, the truck was going well, and I had bought a second truck and a van, so I stayed home doing all of the planning and admin while I had the trucks and vans out. When the smallest started school, the ex went back to work part-time, but her time out of the workforce had hit her really hard, and she needed to learn lots of stuff, and basically she couldn't get back in at her previous level and had to pretty much start over. Over the years, the haulage firm had expanded, and frankly, it was getting a bit of a pain in the ass. We were too big for where we were, and were needing to move to a new yard, so I sold it off for a reasonable sum and set up freelancing as a dev, as I did computer science at uni. We both had relatives pass away, leaving us property and money, so we were mortgage-free on the family home. When we split, I moved into a house that I had inherited. We basically split the assets in half, split the costs of the kids' activities in half, and when we were sat looking at the money, she concluded that she would need to go back to work full-time, and she would miss time with the kids, as they were with me the 3 days that she was at work and every other weekend. And I felt a bit bad, because if she hadn't been out of work for so long, then she would be in a better place career-wise. So I offered to cover half of her bills until the kids went off to uni. She didn't want to at first, but I said that she helped me out and had now suffered as a result, so it was only fair that I returned the favor. It's helping my kids out, and I didn't want her to be running down the savings that was essentially the kids' inheritance. So this situation has worked out about as well as it can. We co-parent happily, everything is all good, until she met a new guy. He's someone that we knew from way back, but we lost touch with. They started dating, she's really happy, and she's talking about him moving in, which I'm okay with. The kids get on with him and I trust her judgment and know that she wouldn't put anything ahead of the kids. So I said to her, if Lado is moving in, then you won't need the money towards the bills, will you? She said no, she wouldn't, but she was thinking of putting it into the kids' accounts. Great idea, says me. I'll put some on their cards for pocket money and the rest in their savings. So that was what we agreed. But when the new chap found out, he went up the wall and accused me of being controlling and financially abusive. A few of our friends have also said that he's got a point and that it looks like jealousy. So, am I the arsehole here? Comments, Hunt Administrative says, not the arsehole. Looks like he was interested in the free ride, and now that gravy train has stopped, he's all upset. Your ex had no issues with the money stopping because she isn't interested in taking advantage of you, and 2 adults living together should be able to cover their own expenses, but new boyfriend doesn't want that. Swillshop says, not the arsehole. You and your ex have a long history of respecting and supporting each other, and you both put the kids' well-being first. You and her discussed and agreed that this change continues the mutual respect and support, as well as prioritizing the kids' well-being. Friends' opinions are to be ignored. You gave extra when you felt she needed it. She agrees that now she doesn't need it, and she never viewed it as something that she was entitled to, and you both want the money to be redirected to the kids. I'm searching high and low for a whiff of jealousy. Smell nothing but mutual respect, reasonableness, and exemplary co-parenting. If the boyfriend is a decent chap, he will 1. Calm down, 2. Realize that he has no standing to insert his opinion and that he needs to respect and trust your ex's judgment and her decisions regarding her kids, and 3. See how wrong his judgment is. If he was counting on that extra money to subsidize his lifestyle, then your ex may want to rethink how great a guy he truly is. I'm seriously impressed with the maturity of both OP and his ex. They seem to work out even tricky issues well, without any lingering resentment and with an eye on the kids' welfare. The secret ingredient is money. Agreed. It's so much easier to play nice if everyone is fat and happy. If one or both sides are struggling, expect the inner savage to come out. Not the arsehole. Tell anyone moaning that you pay child support for your children, not grown men looking for a free ride. He'll already be saving in rent as the house is paid for. Is he really looking for his bills and groceries to be paid for by you too? If someone moves into another's home, they contribute to living there. That said, contribute too, not pay half as your kids are eating the food and running up the utility bills. Yeah, no, not the asshole for paying your ex's bills. This honestly just reads as a leech is moving in, and the leech is sad that he doesn't get the free meal ticket that he wanted. This seems like a genuine fork in the road for your ex, and I don't imagine this relationship continues from here because, realistically, even if he does back down and is like, oh, you know what, fine, you win, you get what you want, I'll stop pressing for you to make him hold up his end of the bargain here, whatever. That is how I imagine he would present it. And would you want to be in a relationship with someone where, very early on, they are this dramatic and this demanding? Because what next? What else is down the road for this relationship? Can you genuinely be with someone like that? Because I feel like they'd do my head in, and they are just with me for my money and what I can give them. So, no, not the asshole. And I feel like you should have a talk with her about this. Back up to the post, there is an edit/update. We have joint 50-50 custody of the kids, so I have no actual obligation to be paying anything. But that said, I don't want my kids to miss out on their many and varied activities, so I carry on paying for half of those. Likewise, I offered the extra money to help with bills because I wanted my kids to benefit from time with both parents and also not have to live in a house where money is a worry. Some have mentioned when division of assets from inheritance and selling my business. These are mostly locked away in long-term investments, so they aren't available. We were perhaps unwise in doing this, but we saw it as the kids' inheritance. My ex would rather have worked more than dipped into that money for living costs. The ex has been around for a cup of tea and a chat. It seems that Lado was indeed thinking that she was his meal ticket. Apparently, he had suggested moving in, but not told her that his landlord was ending his tenancy on a Section 21 to sell the property. When she started discussing money and his contribution, he asked why when I was paying for the kids. So she told him if he was living there, then he needed to chip in, and that if he moved in, she couldn't keep asking for money from me. So she's upset, and I think that's going to be over. In the meantime, he's ranting to anyone that will listen to him that I'm the typical evil, jealous ex and controlling with her money. And now, on to the update. Thanks for all the comments and advice. I just thought that I would update you all on the last week. So Lado turned out to have been being kicked out of his place, not through fault, as the landlord was selling, and he hadn't told my ex. Also, he works with my best mate, who told me that he's on incredibly thin ice and was on his last chance for attendance. Me, the ex, and Lado got together at the weekend and had a long chat. The main points were, if he's going to be her partner and live there, then he has to step up and contribute both financially and also with the children. As regards to the bills, Both my ex and I had an expectation that another adult in the house would be contributing, meaning that bill money from me would be superfluous. I agreed that stopping the money because someone moves in and potentially restarting it if they move out does look like it's controlling, although it was agreed that I didn't have that intent. I said I would continue giving my ex the money and that if there was a surplus, the requirement was that she would put it into the kids' accounts. I do trust her that she will do this. At that point, I left and went home thinking that all was good. I'm on holiday with the kids this week, and I got a warning that the house alarm was going off. I rang my neighbor, and he went around and said that one of the windows had been smashed and that my other car had all of its windows smashed. I logged into my cameras on the iPad, and sure enough, it's Lado smashing the fuck out of the car and throwing bricks at the window. Turns out that after I left, him and the ex had a major talk where she laid out some home truths and expectations, and when she didn't like the reaction she got, she ended it. So a couple of days later, he got pissed and came round to my place and smashed it up. I obviously reported it to the police, and with me being away, they spoke to me over the phone and asked me to send all of the footage if I could, and a statement, and they'd speak to him that day. Turns out, he got stopped on the way back from mine, was over the limit, and was sleeping it off in custody before he could be charged. Edit: I've seen a couple of comments about how I need to speak to the ex and tell them to be more careful. I 100% trust her judgment in who comes into the kids' lives. I was just as surprised by him as she was. And like most people, she's capable of learning from experience. Also, another edit: the Glaziers have been back out. I owe the lady next door big time for all the help that she's been, and apparently the total bill just for the house is going to be around £7,000. That's not counting the car, which is an old Rover that I was restoring, so no idea how much that will cost. In the comments, Foxy Sly Old Sturdy Fox says, "Here's wishing Lado all the health, happiness, and success that he deserves." With him being locked up, he'll for sure lose the job that he was on thin ice at because of attendance. Though I guess if he goes to prison for destruction of property and not being able to pay for the damage, at least he'll have a roof over his head and 3 meals per day. OP says, "This is Britain. He'll get fined, at most a low-level community order." Edit: he'll lose the job anyway because he'll certainly be banned from driving. Well, looks like you unintentionally took care of the mother of your children from dangers. Good thing that the kids weren't there to see it. Have a good life, Lado. A good, long life. Your ex is probably grateful that it imploded so soon, and she discovered what her ex-boyfriend is really like. Yeah, it's a bit rough for OP, but better to learn with his windows rather than ex or kids. Absolutely. It's insane that people will react like that when they don't get what they want. They just have a little hissy fit, little anger attack, and take it out on someone that is not reasonably involved in the situation. Oh, you, as the ex-partner of this woman I'm trying to date, won't bankroll me? I'm gonna destroy your house. That is a reasonable way to go about this. Destroy your property as well. I am a level-headed individual. Critical thinking is the thing that I do best. Ah yes, that went so well for him, didn't it? Goodbye, Lado. And goodbye, Lado's job. Good luck to him going forward. OP, you did the right thing here. You didn't deserve to be dragged into a bullshit mess like this, but I'm glad that you defended your ex and you did what is best for your ex and your children in this situation. Thank you for the story and thank you for the update. Our next post is by user ThrowRA Height Queen, and it's titled, "Do I, 20 male, dump my girlfriend, 19 female, over crying after a night out?" I met my girlfriend on Tinder about 3 months ago. We clicked instantly on Tinder. I could tell by her pics that she was my type, and we had a lot in common. Same shows, both like soccer, same music preference, and had fun messaging until she asked me how tall I was. She was pretty upfront about preferring dudes who were 6 foot or taller. I told her that I was 5'8" and asked if it was done for me after that. She said she liked talking to me and that I was cute enough for her to look past my height. We went on a few dates in real life and clicked even better than we did online. We decided to become exclusive after a few weeks of seeing each other. A week ago, we went out to eat with her friends and their boyfriends. I'd met some of her friends before this, but this was the first time I met their boyfriends too. The dinner went fine and all of the guys were pretty cool. The only thing I did notice was that they were tall as hell and I was by far the shortest. I didn't really care, but I did notice it and whatever. Anyway, after the dinner, me and my girlfriend walked back to her apartment, and she was quieter than usual and a bit short with me. I asked what was wrong. I thought maybe I said something dumb during the dinner, but she said she wasn't mad over anything I did. After we entered her apartment, she did open up, and she said that me being so much shorter than her friends' boyfriends made her feel some sort of way. I asked her what the hell she meant by that, and she said she couldn't explain it. I asked her if she was embarrassed over me being short, and she said no, but it was just that she's used to dating tall dudes, and started crying. I mentioned her telling me that she's gotten over her height preferences, and she said she knows, and that she felt bad about still feeling this way. She just kept saying sorry and crying. So I got mad a little, and I said that I was leaving. She asked me to stay, and I said something that I regret. I told her to go fuck herself and left her apartment. She's been calling and texting me since our fight. We talked on the phone once, but I haven't responded to any of her texts. She's apologized daily and said that she's sorry for hurting my feelings. She claims that she hasn't ever liked a guy as much as me, but I don't know if I'm being dramatic, but I just feel low-key kind of worthless, and I'm considering ending things, but I don't know. Because I haven't liked a girl as much as I liked her, but I don't know if I should be with someone this obsessed with height. Like, who cries over their boyfriend being shorter than their friends' boyfriends? I don't know. I'm closer to breaking up, but she's been apologizing so much, I think maybe I should give her a second chance. In the comments, quote, like who cries over their boyfriend being shorter than their friends' boyfriends? Mean and shallow people do. Not necessarily mean, it could be a combination of shallow and insecure. Not a good combination either. Yes, 100% necessarily mean, or grotesquely immature and inconsiderate, which is a shallow person's lazy version of mean. If a male friend came to me crying and I asked him what was wrong and he said he's sad because he really likes his girlfriend, but he usually dates girls 10 pounds thinner or with a cup-sized larger bra, I would instantly lose respect for him in a way that I'm not sure our friendship would come back from that. If he called to apologize and said I was right because such comments could hurt someone's feelings, I'd be plain. I'm not as disappointed about the likelihood that such comments could hurt someone's feelings as I am disappointed that he is so lacking in judgment that he would cry about such a childlike fetish that I pity the poor girl that he claimed to have liked. I was thinking exactly the same. What if he had told her, "Your boobs are too small, but you're cute, so I'm willing to look past it." Gee, thanks. Just horrible. My boyfriend is also 5'8", and we're the same height. I've always dated taller men, and my friends all have tall boyfriends. I don't give his height a second thought ever. That's how it should be. You're valid for leaving. And even if you're not fully secure, there are ways to handle it that are actually nice. When my husband and I started dating, I was incredibly self-conscious about my height. I'm 178 centimeters, so about 5'11", I think. I'm Norwegian, so not super tall, but still a good 10 centimeters above the national average. My husband is barely a few centimeters taller than me. And it certainly made me uncomfortable to hang out with other couples where the girl was significantly shorter than me and the guy was significantly taller than me and my husband. So you know what I did? I sucked it up because I'd already made my decision. What am I gonna do, ask him to grow a bit more? Like, come on. Yeah, no, I think her crying, making such a scene and having such a hissy fit over this is incredibly disrespectful. Like, what is your problem? Why did she even agree to date him if the height thing was such an insecurity and such a deal breaker for her that she has to internalize it and then take it out on him and be short with him a few months into dating? Like, Jesus Christ, she is so shallow for that. What is her problem? If I was him, I'd end it. I'd cut it off. That's insane to have such a huge emotional reaction over and to be so short and pretend like it's him. He's the one that hurt her. His existence was so sad and emotionally distressing that she just had a full-on reaction to him. No, Jesus Christ. He's just a guy of normal height. You agreed to date him. You talked about this, you discussed it, and now you throw it back in his face. Yikes. That's all I gotta say, yikes. Not the asshole OP. She is quite something. And now, onto the update. I tried posting an update twice, but it got removed, and I can't be asked to figure out why, so I'm posting it here. I don't know if anyone really cares, but thanks for all of the advice. I read literally every comment. I know most of the comments said to break up, but some others gave a perspective that really resonated with me. I finally replied to my girlfriend's texts, and we had a face-to-face meeting at my place. She was crying and even more apologetic in person than she was over texts. She told me that the day that we went for dinner with her friends was a shitty day, and she blamed her hormones for saying something hurtful to me, which, I don't know how female biology works, but it seemed like a flimsy excuse. She also mentioned feeling under pressure about her friends being judgy that I'm shorter than her usual type, and all of that resulted in her snapping. I asked her if she was sure that she wanted to continue this relationship, and she said yes. According to her, she has no issue with my height and wanted me to give her a second chance, and I know a lot of y'all will be pissed, but I agreed. I didn't want to break up and we get along so perfectly in every other way, so yeah, I forgave her and we are still together. She promised to never bring up my height, and I said if she repeats her antics from last week again, then I'll break up with her, to which she agreed. Boring update, but yeah, thanks. In the comments, Mia Bank Guy says, I expect the update when he says her friends pick on her for dating OP and she doesn't defend him. This is most likely the upcoming outcome. Tell me who you hang out with and I'll tell you who you are. It could be that her friends told her that they genuinely liked him and gave her an earful about her shallowness for being hung up about his height. I wonder if the girlfriend's friends really are judging his height or she's projecting. Either way is not great, but she may be way more in her head about this than she will admit. OP will find out for sure at some point. There are more landmines and tests down the road. When there are pictures of OP standing next to the girlfriend, or these two with other taller men, who doesn't have to be her friend's boyfriends, will the girlfriend feel the same embarrassment and wistfulness about OP not being the trophy height that she wants? If she wears heels, is she gonna feel some kind of way again about being the same height or taller than OP? I don't think it's a huge loss at this age if they don't work out, so I hope OP ends up happy with whomever he's with. I think it's 100% her. I assume they break up, she dates another tall asshole, and starts to realize how stupid this all is. I'm so glad I'm in my 30s. All the people who expect guys over 6 foot are immature young adults. By your 30s, the dating pool is so much smaller, so anybody with ridiculous expectations like that is generally fucking miserable, and you avoid them anyway. I agree that it does seem like a flimsy excuse. I've definitely cried over stupid shit while hormonal. My favorite is when my boyfriend brought home the exact food I was craving without me asking for it. He walked in the door, I smelled the food, and burst into tears. She's also 19, and the hormones hit way harder back then. Yeah, you know what also hits way harder at that age? The bullshit. Absolutely. How much you'll play into it, how much you'll believe it, how much you'll action the bullshit. Yeah, that is at play here, absolutely. And it still is not okay. She's making excuses. She didn't do the groundwork to be like, I am a bad person for what I did to you. What I said was wrong. She just said, the dinner with her friends, it was a shitty day, and I had some hormones going on, and I also felt under pressure by her friends because they were so judgy to me, and so I snapped at you because of all these things. Like, no, it's not okay. Stop blaming everything else and be like, I let my insecurities get the best of me. I took it out on you. I was a bad person for doing that. You didn't deserve it. I know what I did is wrong, and I'm going to commit to being a better person in the future. There are no excuses for my behavior. That's an apology. That's an admittance of what you did wrong, recognizing it, and you're going to be a better person in the future, acknowledging that. Instead, she says, all these other things were happening in my life, and that's why I did what I did. Oh boy. Just such a bad apology from her. I don't think that relationship is gonna last. Good luck, OP, and thanks for the update. My boyfriend of 8 months is starting to police my eating habits, and I'm tired of it. For the record, I'm a small-framed, visibly muscular 5'4" woman whose weight fluctuates anywhere between 128 to 135. My boyfriend's always teased and encouraged me to eat more, but it's always been playful before. I used to tease him about his mammoth-sized portions. Like, seriously, where does it go? Because I had to start making date night dinners that should serve 4. To be clear, he constantly underestimates his calories and is often shocked when reading nutritional information. I don't know where he got the idea that he's knowledgeable enough to be judging what I'm eating, but there you go. Lately, he's become very fixated on this idea that I'm going to start starving myself without his guidance. I don't have a big sweet tooth, I don't snack on the regular, I only eat about half of my restaurant entrees. We usually split an appetizer. I'm a lightweight, and I prefer a light lunch. These are all things that he's starting to criticize on the regular. I want y'all to understand that I'm really not depriving myself. I don't go hungry, I just don't enjoy stuffing myself. He doesn't listen when I tell him that he's constantly ruining my appetite by forcing snacks on me. Yesterday, when we woke up late and I knew we were going out to lunch, so I only had 1 slice of thick brioche French toast, powdered sugar, syrup, butter, half a peach, and 2 slices of summer sausage. He had 5 slices of French toast with all of the toppings and whipped cream, 1.5 peaches, and the rest of the summer sausage, and an egg. I ended up eating a 3rd slice of his summer sausage, dipped in his egg to get him to stop nagging me. He made another 2 comments about how little I ate before lunch. Then at lunch, he had new fights to pick. He didn't want me to order plain iced tea or a diet soda. I don't like overly sweet drinks. He didn't want me to order an entree salad, ranch, bacon, avocado, egg, etc. We negotiated my lunch to a breadstick, a side salad, add avocado, and 2 slices of pizza that he nagged me to finish until his dad told him to lay off because he didn't want me too full for gelato later. The whole meal was pretty embarrassing for me. Of course, my boyfriend wasn't happy that I wanted a small gelato, cup instead of cone. I don't have a sweet tooth, remember? We knew we were going to have a late dinner, so we stopped at a gas station later that evening to get him a snack. I just wanted water, but picked up a small package of corn nuts in the hopes of making him happy, and we still had a minor spat, so I picked some candy too. He didn't notice that he was the one to end up eating it. He claimed that we disagreed because I was irritable from hunger. We picked up dinner at a buffet-style place that charges you by the weight for to-go containers. He decided that I had to use a medium container instead of a small. Admittedly, I just filled the difference with varieties of salad, but I also had a very rich mac and cheese and some fried foods in my container as well. He was bothered by the small portions that I was serving myself, but I was taking many more varieties than him. Think sample platter. My container was full. This is where we had our first real fight about my eating habits. He decided to make a 3rd container of food to make sure that I ate enough when we got home. The restaurant we were at was not cheap. I refused to back down on not blowing a bunch of money on food that we had just end up picking at and throwing away. A lot of the things he picked are foods I don't like reheated. We've been working hard on being more frugal together lately, so I was pretty pissed when he ignored me and paid for the extra food. In the car ride on the way home, the argument continued until it got to the point where he was very frustrated and teared up as he shouted, "I worked so hard to take care of you, and you're always fighting me to hurt yourself." He then proceeded to give me a long, condescending guilt trip. I was pretty enraged, to be honest. Once we were home, dinner went cold while we Google fought over how many calories, protein, sugar, my BMI work, you name it. No matter what I showed him, he wouldn't back down on not feeling like I don't eat enough because muscle weighs more than fat, so you're actually underweight and hiding it by lifting weights. I didn't even know what to say to that, so I went home. He texted me 12 times because I left the cold dinner at his place. I was ignoring him while I made food, but I finally caved and told him that I was eating something else. He asked me to text him a picture of my food. I never responded, and he texted me another 3 times. This morning he texted me to ask if he could bring me breakfast, and I said no. I'm kind of bewildered and annoyed. I'm not really sure how we can resolve this one. In the comments, Dynamite77 says, "He claimed we disagreed because I was irritable from hunger. Hulk smash. This is really controlling behavior. Is there any space in his brain for you to be right about your eating habits? Does he do this with other things in your life?" OP says, "Yeah, it was about as enraging as when guys try to say being on my period is why I'm upset. No, he's normally very laid back, but we've only known each other for 8 months. Does your boyfriend have some kind of feeding fetish? Or is this reverse psychology in an effort to get you to develop an eating disorder? Because your weight is almost exactly in the middle of the healthy range for your height, and it sounds like you are perfectly capable of picking out balanced meals for yourself. There is zero justification for counting every calorie or measuring portion size the way that he's trying to do. If you want to try and placate him, tell him that you'll make an appointment with your doctor and discuss healthy eating while you are there. Until then, you don't want to hear another word about meal choices, and if you are given the all clear, this discussion is done. But personally, I think I would just bail. His obsession with this is just too weird." OP replies, "I'm not sure. He says he likes my body the way it is, but thinks that I'd be skinnier if he wasn't around to nag me. I'm pretty happy with the way I look right now. To be honest, the thought of having to take him to professionals to get him to listen to me isn't very appealing." Sarah says, "Put your stats in a calorie calculator. Show it to him, and then with him being aware of what you are doing, log your calories for a day. Let him see that you are not under-eating. It's ridiculous that he's policing you like this, by the way. I would have a very serious talk with him about respecting you. Refuse to eat the food that he's badgering you about. Tell him it's not taking care of you, it's being an asshole. I'm tempted to tell you to constantly tell him to eat less." OP says, "I downloaded a calorie counter app last night and entered what I would have eaten yesterday without his influence and came in well over my daily requirements, but that devolved into him picking apart how calories and the BMI work. I know this is absurd behavior, but he doesn't seem to have a malicious intent, so I'm more puzzled than angry now. He eats a lot, but he's in great shape, so it works for him. I eat less, and I'm in good shape, but he just doesn't accept that it works for me. I think he is both sides of Hanlon's razor. He's being an intentionally obtuse asshole. You have set multiple times clear boundaries around what you are comfortable and not comfortable with eating, and you've explained why that is. He has decided that he wants to railroad that and get into actual very weird feeder territory. If it works for him and his own lifestyle and his diet, that's cool. He should keep that to himself. He is a bottomless pit of calorie-burning muscle that, breaks the laws of thermodynamics, and it doesn't matter how much he shoves in his gob, he's got more calories out than calories in. Good on him. But the way that he's so aggressively going after you here and not giving up and continuing to double and triple down every time he's challenged and then move goalposts and be like, well, I don't care what the app says. My understanding of calories and BMI is some crazy shit that scientists have no idea about. I'm actually smarter and better than all of the scientists in the world that study this. So stop it, because the facts are hurting my feelings, all right? I don't know. I feel like this is another case of breakup-worthy behavior from his end, because you've asked him so many times to chill out and leave you alone and stop policing you, and he won't. How much more can you realistically take in this instance, OP? I don't know how much patience people have before they either crack and give in to his pressure or leave. That's realistically where this is going. And now, onto the update. So in case anyone is wondering, turns out my now ex's mother and 2 sisters had him convinced that I had some kind of eating disorder and would nag at him about it and make him feel like crap for letting me hurt myself. All 3 of them are obese, so I don't know why he weighed their opinion on nutrition so heavily. I pointed out, with more tact, and we had a much better conversation about why he needed to lay off on how I eat. He did make a lot of effort to keep his opinions to himself, but could never completely let his worry go. Officially, this isn't why we broke up, but it was kind of like this shattering illusion from How I Met Your Mother that kind of made me start noticing how he's quick to be arrogant, condescending, and patronizing when he thinks he's right, and how he buys into every dumb thing that his family tells him without question. Stuff like that. In the comments, the Amos Bros says, "It was kinda like the shattering illusion from How I Met Your Mother." From the How I Met Your Mother Season 3, Episode 8, entitled Spoiler Alert, this is the synopsis. Ted thinks that he has found the perfect girl, Kathy, played by Lindsay Price, but the group disagrees. At first, they refuse to give a reason so as not to spoil her for him, but eventually Marshall tells him that she talks too much. Now that Ted knows, he cannot stand her garrulousness. The 5 friends then let slip each other's flaws until all are spoiled, and thus are more annoying to those who had previously not noticed the flaws. Whenever one or more of the group has these quirks pointed out to them, the sound of glass shattering is heard. This represents the shattering of their illusions about one another. Further down in the comments, Yes I Left His Ass says, "Well, it's not a bad thing to have figured this out by 8 months in, and to know this wasn't going anywhere. Better to move along in life and find someone worth your time." So his obese family was trying to make you obese to feel better about themselves. That's the most fucked manipulation I think I've heard of. Wow. Glad you got away from that. This happens a lot, especially with people who start losing weight. It's sad. My cousin and I started losing weight the right way. Calories in, calories out. I'm halfway to my goal, and she completed hers a month ago. We both want to be around 140 pounds. At Thanksgiving, all we heard was, "You're both skinny. What in the world? Why are you 2 not eating enough? Don't you want pies, cookies, more potatoes, more turkey?" After years and years of them making fun of us and badgering us about our weight and telling us we'd be happier if we lost it, now we get told that we don't eat enough and that we're too thin. It just made us realize we have to completely ignore our family. Sometimes, the happy ending is that the relationship is over. I thought for sure he was a feeder. Well, effectively he is, just as a proxy for his mum and sisters who can't stand to have a non-obese woman around. Which is going to become a problem because it seems he's not attracted to overweight women, but he also feels like he has to make sure these skinny women keep eating. And if they listen to him, when they inevitably put on weight and he stops being attracted to them, what then? Yeah, look, he's not thinking that far ahead. I think he's just going to keep smashing his head into a concrete wall indefinitely and not learning from it. Well, I would hope that he learns from this mistake that he's made here, but I'm not holding out hope. If he is able to give in to the peer pressure of his family that easily and go against common sense, I don't have much hope in him, let's be honest. It's for the best that she let him go because that relationship was never going to be healthy. Unless he decided himself not to listen to his family or to potentially cut them off if they escalated, but who knows? That's not a possibility now. Opie got out of Dodge, she can find someone better. Thank you for the story, Opie, and thank you for the update. Our next post is titled, "My husband's car got destroyed, and now he's taking his frustrations out on me." We've been dating for 4 years, married for 11 months. Basically, a truck driver hit my husband's car and entirely destroyed it. It was a hit and run, so no one knows who the driver of the truck was, which is ironic because almost all of our neighbors saw it happening, but nobody bothered to write down the license plate number. The accident happened at around 7 a.m. Our whole neighborhood started talking about it, and 3 hours later, one of them finally decided to let us know what happened. Needless to say, it was a shitty way to start the day. My husband loves his cars, especially this one. We're currently trying to figure out things with our insurance, but it's not looking good. My husband is super frustrated and angry, understandably so. But unfortunately, he's taking all of this frustration and anger out on me. He's yelling at me non-stop and forcefully pushes me out of the way when I'm standing in his way. I tried to comfort him and gently touched his arm, but he slapped my hand away. I've never seen him like that, and honestly, it's scaring me. I'm one of those people that immediately get emotional when someone raises their voice at them. Is there anything that I can do? How can I calm him down? In the comments, leave and let him work out his tantrum on his own. Come back only when he agrees to treat you with respect. He hit you, he pushed you. That is physical abuse. It is not okay. You do not have to stay and be his emotional punching bag until he feels like stopping. In a few days, when he has calmed down, tell him in no uncertain terms that you will not tolerate that kind of treatment and that if it happens again, even once, you're gone. Personally, I wouldn't agree to return until he agrees to go to therapy. OP says, good advice. Thank you. Minnow says, I don't think I'd return at all. This sub usually annoys me with the oh my god, divorce mentality, but abuse is a whole other ballgame. Get somewhere safe, take some time, get some physical and emotional distance, and have a good hard think if this is the person you want to be with. He's yelling at me non-stop and forcefully pushes me out of the way when I'm standing in his way. I tried to comfort him and gently touch his arm, but he slapped my hand away. It's time to pack a bag and go visit someone for a bit. If he's angry, you are not his emotional or physical punching bag. This is not normal, and you should not have to deal, endure, or cope with it. It's a car. It can be replaced. He's placing the value of his car over you. That's not okay. Big red flag. You are less than 1 year into this marriage, and he's already being abusive when life doesn't go his way. There are 1,000 other things that can go wrong in a marriage. Is this an indicator of how he will handle them? The hard thing to realize is that if you do nothing, it won't get better. You will end up remembering this as the first time he was abusive. You really can't sweep this under the rug. All the red flags are flying. Find someplace safe to stay, and don't go back until he apologizes. And not an I'm sorry but apology. He doesn't get to blame the situation or you for his behavior. You obviously know this isn't okay because you are here posting. You are right. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. While you're taking a break, read up on the early warning signs of abuse and do some serious thinking about whether there are other things that you have missed or excused. Take your time and don't go back until you feel safe. Leave him be for now. When things are calmed down, you bring up his unacceptable behavior to him. Insist and don't back down. This is therapy-worthy behavior. He needs to learn to deal with his emotions like an adult because right now, you are living with a teenager lashing out. Let me guess, he's a stoic guy who carries his emotions on the inside and never discusses or allows himself to express emotions, making sure they are sealed away. And when he finally gets emotional, the floodgates open and all hell is loose. Typical manly behavior. I'm saying this as a man in my 30s who had to learn the same. Be in healthy contact with my emotions. OP says, thanks for the advice. Yes, you're actually spot on. Well, with OP's confirmation of the situation, I will say, do what the comments are saying here. He is not safe to be around. He is taking his emotions out on you. He is letting the floodgates open. This is only going to escalate because he is normalizing it. And if you accept it and you don't push back on it, you don't give him consequences for his actions, he's going to take that as your acceptance of the situation as is, And then, from there, he's free to escalate because he doesn't see a problem with it. He is not apologizing, he is not changing his ways, he's not doing anything to make the situation better. I don't see this situation getting better. I see this as what they said, the start of abuse. And you will kick yourself if you don't do anything about it now that will stop this behavior, change this behavior, or get yourself away from this behavior. You would not at all be a bad person for leaving and issuing him a harsh ultimatum as a result of all of this. And now, on to the update. I just wanted to let y'all know that my dear husband will soon be my ex-husband. Most people suggested to leave for a short while to let my husband deal with his emotions on his own and to avoid me being his punching bag. I spent a full week at my mum's house, and when I came back, he was still mad about his car. It got to the point where he was transferring all of his anger onto me, so now there were 2 angry people instead of 1. We kept getting into fights and discussions, but I decided that this marriage wasn't worth saving anymore when he pushed me out of his way. I wasn't purposefully standing in his way, I was preparing a meal in the kitchen so hard that I lost my footing and hit my head against the corner of our kitchen table. I must have lost consciousness for a short amount of time because suddenly my husband was next to me and was apologizing. I'm gonna be honest, it's breaking my heart to leave this man, but I'm genuinely scared for my safety when I'm around him. There's plenty of fish in the sea, I guess. TLDR, I'm getting a divorce. In the comments, Trust Me I'm a Doctor 12 asks, did you contact the police? This assault should be reported. I hope you're okay, and I'm glad you have your parents nearby for support. OP says, I did not, but it might really be a good idea to contact them. Please do, OP. You really do need to file a report and document that. Hopefully you never need it, but if you do, you'll have it on record. I'm glad you're getting out. Has he really never shown you this side of him before? OP says, now that I'm looking back at it, he's always been a person with a lot of anger inside of him. Peace was never an option, but violence was. However, that violence has never been directed at me until the incident with his car happened. To be honest, I guess I never really wanted to see and accept that side of him, so I just ignored it because I was so in love with him. Pinkleton says, I'm so sorry. A head injury where you blacked out is no joke. I hope you got checked out by a doctor. Your husband could have literally killed you. I wonder if the neighbors were afraid to tell him for some reason. Weirder things have happened. I wondered at that detail, but thought maybe they just weren't close to OP and her ex. But after reading the whole post, I think you're onto something. They must have seen him in rages before and didn't want to deal with him. Or they know that he would take it out on the closest person to him, which was his wife, and was worried about her. Either way, they were right to be concerned considering his idea of getting emotional is to push people, especially hard enough to send them toppling and getting hurt. Yeah, don't stay with people who can't regulate their emotions. It rarely ends well. Over a car. I get loving a car, like maybe it was a classic, but to be worked up for over a week, allowing it to ruin your marriage? That's wild. Dude was always a ticking time bomb. If it wasn't the car, it'd be something else. Exactly this. Violent men always find an excuse to ramp up the abuse. It sounds like OP was patient and dutiful in the marriage, so since he couldn't find fault directly with her, he had to find it elsewhere. I'm sure he would have begun finding fault directly with her soon enough. As soon as they feel comfortable physically attacking you, their threshold for violence keeps shrinking. My stepfather was a similar type. Very frequently, the violence was triggered by things that I had nothing to do with, but he would decide that it was my fault anyways. He also loved shoving me to the floor while I was cooking dinner for the family. He just needed an excuse to turn me into his literal punching bag. Any excuse, so he could work out some of his frustration and anger and start feeling better. Yeah, look, those are very, very scary red flags to realize that someone has. And I feel like it is easy to forgive these things right off the bat and be like, you know what, that's just how he is. He's a violent guy sometimes, but he's not a threat. He would never do that until they are doing that, and they are violent, and they are a threat, and your neighbors are not going to help you out, or they are scared to help you out because that violence could be turned on them and you at the same time. It reminds me a lot of that story where OP thought she was being stalked by her neighbor and she was scared to bring it up to her husband because of his reaction, because of what might happen. And she did anyway. She brought it up to him, and who is surprised to find out that he was violently angry? He had a very violent reaction. OP was right to be scared of him, and that the neighbor was just checking in on her to make sure that she was okay. This story, very similar to that one. I'm glad that OP took the advice of the community and got out of there, because, yeah, her life could have very easily been taken from her when he pushed her. She wasn't doing anything. She was making dinner, and he still pushed her over in an attempted murder. That she could have died. Who knows? It was still assault. I still think she should report his ass to the police. But I guess what to take away from this is, stay away from people that take their emotions out on others. It's not good. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the updates, OP. I hope you find someone that will not abuse you like this. You didn't deserve that. My boyfriend of 5 years just ghosted me. I've been with my boyfriend since the start of 2020 when we met in med school. We've had some tiffs over the years, but we never had a super serious fight that would lead to a breakup. However, every time we had a small argument over anything, he would always disappear and go over a day without talking to me. And all of those times, I had to be the one to chase him. He never, not even once, messaged me after a fight/argument. We'll be graduating this year, and my grandpa wanted to gift me a holiday, like 7 to 10 days at a country nearby for my graduation. I already knew this would be a problem because my boyfriend is a jealous person. I told him about the gift and said that he's welcome to come with me, but obviously my grandpa would not be paying for this trip. He has no money, since we're med students graduating this year and have no source of good income yet, and said that he didn't like this idea and that it made him feel insecure. I tried to be very understanding and respectful and asked him if he thinks I'll cheat on him just because I'm on a trip for 10 days. He said that's not the issue, but also didn't clarify what the issue was then. The next day, I tried to continue talking to him normally, but he was clearly being weird and distant. The day after that, we had a class together, and he treated me like shit in front of everyone. That was it for me. I decided that I would not be overcompensating or blowing sunshine up his ass for something that isn't wrong. That night, he sent me a goodbye text, to which I replied. That was Tuesday. Today is Friday, and he never messaged or contacted me again, and neither did I. I know not talking is childish AF, but I really don't want to be humiliated and go chase him yet again. I think this time, if he doesn't want to talk to me anymore, I'll just let him. Am I missing something? In the comments, ThrowRA Happy Soul says, honestly, he's older than you, male 30. He should know better by now on how to behave. He seems like a man-child, and you should stay away. He's used you in doing all of the chasing and work, so he has no need for it. You've done nothing wrong. Why do you need to apologize? Leave him be. Is he even worth all of the chasing and effort? Does he make you happy? Honestly, it feels like you deserve better than that. It's always so cringy when you see the older partner acting like the child. I don't know how the younger partner doesn't get the ick every time the older one shows their immaturity. OP, babe, I get it. You're gutted and puzzled. It's like he hits a button and poof, gone. And here you are, left hanging. But girl, you can't keep chasing after that ghost. You deserve to celebrate your achievements without him putting you down. OP replies, it's not just that. It feels cold and heartless to not even agree on ending things. We have good memories together, and he's been good for me a lot of times. I guess I'm wondering if it's worth it to throw it all away because of a trip. Though now it's more about the principle than the trip itself. Like, what if I get an internship somewhere else for a month or two during medical residency? Then I'd have to turn it down because of him? This makes no sense in my head. You're not throwing it away because of a trip. He is throwing it away because he can't or won't communicate through conflict. He expects you to grovel for his forgiveness, even though you've done nothing wrong. This is a manipulation tactic to make you feel like you always have to earn his favor, which gives him all the power. It's not this one situation, it's a pattern of behavior. Good for you for refusing to play this game this time. Someone who is only a good partner when they're getting their way is not actually a good partner. I agree with that. If he wants to continue to manipulate her by giving her the silent treatment all the time when he doesn't get what he wants, I don't think they should continue being in a relationship with each other. No communication is not healthy. If you're not going to say what's on your mind, work out whatever problems you have together in a healthy way, then just don't continue. I feel like if OP stays, she's only going to be tormenting herself even more. I think if she does reach out, it should be reaching out to say, we are done. I am done with you. I am done with your bullshit. You are so childish and you don't know how to deal with conflict, and this is not working anymore. But keen to see what she does do now that she has gotten some advice from the comments. And now, onto the update. Hi friends, I couldn't take the pressure of not talking at all, so I ended up reaching out to him. We had a conversation and talked about our insecurities, the fact that I'll always want to do things on my own, and that I want him to do things on his own, and I thought we had sorted things out. Then fast forward a few weeks, I mentioned again going on my trip, and he absolutely lost it. He told me he didn't want to be in a relationship where the other part was constantly doing things on their own. This was the second time I traveled during the 5 years of our relationship. It turned into an endless discussion over me not wanting to waste my grandpa's gift and him not wanting me to go anywhere. He ended up giving me an ultimatum. Either I would stay with him or I would travel. Mind you, this trip would be 8 days long. I tried telling him how much I love him and how much I want to be with him, but I still want to enjoy things by myself, especially if the reason is that he can't come. It didn't work. On July 2nd, he broke up with me. He left my house at 7 p.m. and had deleted all of our pictures by 8 a.m. He never contacted me again ever for any reason. I went on the trip. It was great. I ended up meeting some friends from home who were coincidentally at the same place. I came back a week ago. I feel completely lost, guilty, and lonely. I feel like I'm a bad person who hurt a good person. I think about messaging him to try to work things out at least once every 10 minutes. I feel so bad. I don't think he would ever get back together with me, so my sense of self-preservation stops me from trying to reach out. I'm writing this in my room. It's 5 past midnight, and I can't stop crying. I don't know what I'm gonna do next. I don't think we're compatible anymore, but he's the person I spent basically my entire adult life with. Anyway, I just thought I'd share the update and maybe get some insights from you guys. In the comments, you didn't hurt a good person. Good people don't treat their partners the way that he treats you. Is there anyone in the world that you have enough disdain for that you'd speak to them the way that he speaks to you? Anyone you dislike enough to ghost them the way that he ghosts you? Is there anyone whose opinions of you matters so little that you can be selfish and rude to them and feel comfortable with that? Would you speak to your grandfather the way the man that you think loves you speaks to you? Would you expect any of your friends to still be around you if you treated them the way that he treats you? Or are you careful with your relationships because those people matter to you? If he loved you, he wouldn't be like this. He's manipulative and controlling. He's got you bamboozled. You miss the fake person you wish he was, not the real him. Is this what you want to be doing in 5 years? Begging for crumbs from someone who treats you as disposable? Be with someone who respects you. So basically, he tried to pressure you into obedience, both the silent treatment and that ultimatum, and it didn't work. Also, I'm sorry, but you are the bad person who hurt a good person? He broke up with you because you didn't obey his command. He ended a 5-year relationship over an 8-day trip. I know it hurts. It's meant to hurt. It'll get better. Try to meet with friends so you're not alone. Your thoughts will begin to spiral once you are alone. Also, there's a good chance that he'd take you back if you learned your lesson, if you really want to go back. Pretty sure it never really was about that trip, but about who holds power over whom. All that behavior you described in your first post is emotional abuse aimed at you giving in and doing what he wants. If you'll be obedient in the future and never again do something without his permission, there's a good chance he'll be satisfied. The problem is, you seem to be pretty strong-willed. Honestly, all things considered, not a great breakup, as it's obviously hitting her really hard, as you'd expect it to. It always hurts to read endings like this, but I do hope it leads to, realizations of how you should be treated in a relationship and what not to put up with. And I get it. It's so easy to just say, oh, that's a deal breaker, you should break up with them, get it done. Like it's so easy and simple to do that. I know it's not. I know when you've been 20 to 25 years old in a 5-year committed relationship with this guy and he is your world, you can't just give him a phone call and say, hey, I don't like the way that you're treating me. Well, I'm ending things. It obviously doesn't work that way, but when you have enough people yelling at you to break it off, and enough people saying, yes, this is a problem, you shouldn't put up with that. That's messed up. I just think it helps. It helps to add on to the pile. So, thank you for the story, OP. I'm sorry it had to end like this, but I know you'll find someone that is better for you than he was. Our next post is by user FanExtreme, and it's titled, Am I the asshole for avoiding going out with my sister because every guy I talk to ends up attracted to her? I, 23 female, have a younger sister, 20 female, who is incredibly beautiful. Like the kind of beauty people comment on instantly. I've always considered myself decent looking, but when we're together, it's like I disappear. The issue is that every time I'm getting to know a guy, whether we are flirting, dating, or even just hanging out, the moment he meets my sister, his attention shifts to her. Some even start obviously flirting with her right in front of me. It's painful, and it's happening so consistently that I've started avoiding situations where she and guys I know might be in the same room. My sister isn't doing this on purpose. I love her to death, and she's not malicious at all. But she's naturally very extroverted, warm, and open. She's the kind of person who will walk into a room and start a conversation with anyone. That's just who she is. She doesn't mean to flirt, but it can come off that way. I'm more ambiverted, so next to her I probably seem way quieter and less engaging, which might make the contrast even more noticeable. Now she's picked up on me distancing myself. She's asked why I don't invite her out anymore or why I avoid introducing her to people I know, and I feel like I'm a terrible sister for not telling her the truth. But I also don't know how to keep putting myself in situations where I feel second best or invisible. So, am I the asshole for choosing to keep some space between us in social settings just to protect my self-esteem? Edit for clarity, she doesn't flirt on purpose. Her personality is naturally outgoing and charismatic, and guys seem to interpret that as interest, even though that's not her intention. She never encourages them or tries to steal anyone. This is more about how I feel than anything she's doing. In the comments, Witch Yam says, not the arsehole. It's normal that you're protecting yourself, but you should probably tell her honestly why. OP says, I'll try and talk to her and update. Thank you very much. Good-looking people also struggle with self-esteem, even if they don't show it. So be careful how you talk to her. If you tell her that she's the sweetest and hasn't done anything wrong, be honest, but you need to be considerate with her feelings. You might break her heart if you're not assertive enough in how you say it, because she will feel guilty one way or another. Someone else says, I actually don't think this is a bad thing. She just naturally is clearing out the guys that aren't meant for you. Beauty is a big thing for guys, but when you find that guy values more than just beauty or prefers your beauty over hers, then he's probably the guy for you. OP says, yep, you were totally right, and I guess I should thank her for that. I think hearing the verbal and non-verbal comparisons guys make between us just took a toll on me. I'm a med student, so I meet very few new people. So hearing things like that from some guy that stated just a few days ago that he likes me made me spiral a bit too much. Look, I definitely get how that could make you spiral. I feel like that would make anyone spiral. That's completely relatable and understandable. To have it keep happening, to wear you down, especially when experiences with guys like this in general are few and far between, but to have those few and far between interactions all end the same way, yeah, I'd be pissed off as well. I would avoid going out with my sister so that this would stop happening, and I can see why you would put yourself in a dark place because of that. I don't think the answer is to avoid going out with her. I think the answer is to have, like the comment said, an honest and open conversation with her, get your feelings out there, and come to a compromise with her on how you guys will tackle this situation together, because I'm going to assume she's a reasonable person and she is willing to do the work with you so that this stops repeating. I'm sure there are many ways to tackle this problem in a level-headed fashion. And now, on to the update. Hi again. First of all, thank you so much to everyone who took the time to read, comment, and offer thoughtful advice. I genuinely appreciate your patience. It's taken me a little while to post this update because I wanted to wait until things had settled and I could speak from a clear, honest place, and also because I was waiting for the right moment to have a deeper conversation with my sister. The biggest shift? My perspective. And this is all thanks to you, and I will be forever grateful for that. What used to feel like a curse has actually become a weird little blessing. I realized my sister isn't stealing guys from me. She's filtering out the ones who weren't really interested in me to begin with. If someone meets me, then gets distracted the moment she walks in, that says more about them than it does about either of us. And honestly, I'm kind of glad they reveal themselves early. So now, instead of avoiding going out with her, I've started leaning in. I actually want her around more because I know that if a guy can't handle being around someone beautiful and outgoing without completely losing focus, then he's not someone that I need in my life anyway. It's like she's my human dating litmus test, and she's great at her job. I also talked to her, finally. I explained why I'd been a bit distant and made sure she knew that it wasn't her fault. She was super understanding and kind, which honestly just made me feel worse for having held it in for so long. But here's the curveball. During our chat, she casually suggested that I get lip filler to help with my confidence. Now, to be clear, I never mentioned feeling physically insecure, so I was a little caught off guard, but I don't think she meant it in a shady way. She has filler herself, and probably meant it as, this helped me, maybe it'll help you kind of thing. Still not sure how to feel about that suggestion, but hey, at least we're in a place now where we can be open with each other again. Also, I just want to address something that came up a lot in the comments. Quite a few people asked me to post pictures. That honestly made me feel pretty uncomfortable. This post was never about trying to prove something, or fish for compliments, or invite comparisons between me and my sister. I wasn't trying to say, I think I'm ugly, please validate me, or look how much prettier she is. It was about a feeling, an emotional experience I was trying to work through and grow from, not a request to be judged visually. The core of this was always about how I felt, not how I look. And I'm really grateful that so many people helped me see that I don't have to keep on carrying that feeling around. Anyway, thank you again for the support and insight. It really helped me to get out of my head and shift the way that I was viewing things. And most importantly, my sister and I are good again. Things feel normal. In the comments, don't get lip filler. You are enough as you are. I'm glad for this happy update, and I hope your relationship with your sister continues to grow by leaps and bounds. And OP says, thank you. Yeah, that is a bit of a curveball as well, and it kind of distracts from the update as a whole, the lip filler thing. I had all these thoughts and preconceptions about, wow, it's great they got together and had this chat. Things are going so well. It's the litmus test. She is the litmus test to see if they are good people. And all of a sudden she's like, also you should get lip filler. And now all of a sudden it's like, hold up. Who mentioned lip filler? Why? Why would you say that? What's wrong with you? I don't know. That was just a little bit weird. fair enough that OP's able to look past it and go, she's just a bit quirky, she's a bit odd sometimes, but she means well, and I know she meant nothing by that. I'm glad to hear it, OP, because I'm sure for most people they'd be like, don't listen to her. Where the hell did that come from? But anyway, I'm happy everything worked out for you guys. Glad to hear, and thanks for the update. Our next post is by user ThrowRA Tickets, titled, My 24 female, boyfriend 27 male, booked our tickets for a different day. I'm tired, frustrated, and contemplating breaking up with him. What would you do in my place? I've been dating my boyfriend for 2 years long distance. We don't live together, but due to our demanding jobs, we try to see each other at least 3 times a month. Overall, I can say many positive things about our relationship. However, things took a turn a few weeks ago, and I can't seem to forgive him. For context, I'm very much a type A person. I need everything planned and to be in order. However, since I'm always planning things with friends, boyfriend, or at work, I get worn down pretty quickly, and it takes a toll on my mood. He, on the other hand, is very laid back and goes through life with an it-is-what-it-is attitude. So naturally, it's always been me who's been planning activities, booking places to stay, sightseeing, and holiday all throughout our relationship. A year ago, boyfriend got me tickets for my favorite artist, and I've been excited ever since. I still had to book transportation, hotel, and plan activities though. But I didn't mind as long as we could get to see the artist in time. Spoiler alert, we missed the concert because boyfriend booked the tickets for a different day and we couldn't get a refund. Safe to say, I've never been more disappointed in my life. I still feel physically, emotionally, and financially drained, and that I can't rely on him. I decided that we needed to go on a break, and I've been talking with my friends and my therapist about what to do. My therapist said that I'm processing it as a betrayal and a breach of trust. My friends are telling me that it's up to me if I want to continue the relationship, but if they were in my shoes, they couldn't trust him with anything ever again. I understand that it's a mistake anyone could have made, and in the end it's not that serious. He has apologized about 1,000,000 times and feels very sorry about how he let me down. But at the same time, all this pent-up frustration that's inside me keeps reminding me that he had one job and still managed to ruin the experience for me. Of course, not everything is black and white. Besides this character flaw, he's a very good boyfriend, is kind, funny, and we have the same opinions on politics, human rights, etc. Basically all of the serious life stuff. I can't seem to get over this mistake though. We were planning on getting married and spending the rest of our lives together, yet I don't want to end up being the only one pulling the weight. Advice would be greatly appreciated. Edit. There seems to be some confusion regarding booking and tickets. There were 2 concerts. One was happening on the 31st, and the second was on the 1st. Boyfriend told me we had tickets for the second concert, so I booked everything in accordance to that. Then on the 1st, he realized we had tickets for the 31st, so the day after we were supposed to attend the concert. Also, only he had access to the tickets. I hope that clears it up a bit. Edit 2. So far I've seen people form 3 stances in the comments. Break up with him, or I will have to manage him for the rest of my life, give him a chance with a set of boundaries, or I'm actually neurotic and he should break up with me. I've done some introspection, and considering all the facts, uneven mental load, distance, how long we'd still be apart, my reaction, I've drafted a message explaining how I felt, highlighting how much I still care about him. I've also written a few questions to ask him about the future of our relationship. He probably thought a lot about our relationship as well, and if he doesn't want to be with me, I'm not going to force him. I'll ask him probably next week. I'm not sure if anyone wants an update on that though. Overall, this situation has saddened me, and I feel extremely uncertain about my future. Thank you again to all the kind Redditors who actually offered great advice. In the comments, is that all it takes for you not to trust him so things didn't go as planned? Like, so what? You're both alive and are able to laugh about it and stick together to fix it, and the first thing that I would do is a therapist. Like, it's right that you're feeling betrayed, but it just so happens he's not betraying you. You feel that way because you talk about him like he's betrayed you and never go to your friends for advice unless they are living the life you want, because what do they know? They're not in the same place as you, and if your life is built on, planned, and organized, and you can get it together with your man, then I'd say your love is on a conditional basis, and that ain't right. Top priority planner. That comment was a mess. What is wrong with this person? OP says, I understand that, but as I've said, I've been the one planning pretty much everything, and the one time he planned the trip, he couldn't bother checking the exact date for a year, and I still had to book everything without his help. It makes me feel alone, disrespected, and that he doesn't care about me. This planned trip got my hopes up. I made us matching t-shirts and have been talking about it for a year, and in the end, it was all for nothing. Another commenter says, I'm kind of confused why you'd book everything without checking the dates of the ticket first. This seems like a bit of an odd hill to end a relationship on, as both are at fault, unless I'm missing something. In general, if the relationship is making you this frustrated, then you're probably just not compatible anymore, and that's perfectly fine. OP says, he told me the date, but it wasn't the correct one. He thought we were going to see the artist on the 1st, but we actually had tickets for the 31st. He only checked the tickets the day after our supposed concert. Before that, he hadn't checked them for an entire year, yet kept telling me the concert was happening on the 1st. Also, only he had access to the tickets. Hope that makes a bit more sense. See, when OP puts it that way, and I know it was repeated, but when OP puts it that way, it's hard for me to be like, it's also OP's fault for not double-checking the ticket date. She did obviously double and triple check the ticket date and kept trying to confirm dates with him, and he didn't even bother to go in and physically check the date. He just assumed that the date was the 1st. The entire onus of this situation is on him. He messed it up. He is the one that should make it right, but he's not going to do that. I can see why in OP's shoes you'd be frustrated and contemplating breaking up, because all of the mental effort and mental load is on you for everything that you guys do together. And you already do enough of that in your daily life. Maybe that's a problem with personal boundaries and always being the one to step up when others don't want to, because if you're exhausted with it constantly in your weekly life, I can only imagine that you've allowed this to take place. And then as an extension of that, you've allowed him to completely let go of the reins and put everything to do with planning on you. I do think there has to be some element of personal responsibility in the grand scheme of things, but for the specific situation where, you booked that entire holiday and he couldn't even be bothered to double check and genuinely make sure that the concert date was on the date that he was saying, that's all on him. And this seems like a straw that breaks the camel's back situation. This is, yet again, another failure on his behalf after multiple failures before this and never showing any improvement. What would I do in your place? I'd be pissed off and end it as well. Or at least sit them down, have a stern talking to, and issue a harsh ultimatum. That's what I'd do. And now, on to the update. So, long story short, we broke up amicably. For those who want the longer version with a bit of a recap of the entire situation, I omitted a lot of details and lied about our personal lives just so that I could get a truly unbiased opinion. To tell the truth, I'm a med student, got into med school a bit later because, well, life happened. He's just finished law school. At the time of the concert, I had to study for my anatomy final and could not have any distractions, but I told myself that the concert would be a treat to myself during this tough time period. We had arrived at his friend's place where we'd be staying, and to be honest, I've never felt so unwelcomed and out of place in my entire life. Me, my boyfriend, let's call him Jim, his friend Jane, and her boyfriend John decided to go to a restaurant in the evening, and Jane basically didn't acknowledge me for the entire evening. Every time Jim had to leave the table, Jane would turn to John and pretended I wasn't there. I then heard her say that after dinner, she'd like to go get something cheap and sweet to eat, to which I proposed a certain shop in the city we were in. Jane replied that it smelled there. After asking her how did the shop smell, she looked me in the eyes, laughed, and said it smelled like poor people. When Jim returned, I took him aside and told him what Jane had said to me, to which he just laughed. For the rest of the evening, it was clear that I was sticking out from the group because the conversation topics were about things I had no knowledge about, so I couldn't participate in them. So I sat in silence until we came back to Jane's flat. I then cried in the shower. I felt completely useless, like the evening would have gone exactly the same whether I was there or not. The next day, the ticket incident happened. Jim checked the tickets and realized he had booked for the day before. I tried to get the tickets and was contacted by a scammer and got scammed for circa 80 euros. Already talked to the police, but they put the investigation on hold. During this time, Jim kept repeating how stupid he was and that he would fix everything. Just didn't know how. The artist won't come to our country anytime soon, by the way. Jim also never said how he would prevent similar mistakes from happening again. After that, I didn't speak to him for almost 2 weeks and took to Reddit. In the end, I decided to give him one last chance and said probably both of us should work on our communication. He said he didn't expect me to give him another chance, and I didn't know how to react, so he thought it over for 12 plus hours and didn't contact me. During this time, I kind of emotionally accepted that he didn't want to be with me anymore. The next day, Jim agreed to give it another try. But the excuses started. He kept telling me he would be jobless during the summer, money would be tight, we wouldn't be able to travel anywhere, that I should enjoy my summer, etc. To me, it sounded like he wanted an out, but didn't want to be the bad guy and propose the breakup. Come to find out, he wasn't as broke as he was telling me because he attended a film and music festival. Doing the math, he probably spent around 300 euros. So I messaged him that I'm tired, he didn't even say sorry after Jane insulted me, and I didn't see him making any effort in planning our future and owning up to his mistakes. We wished each other well, we would be open to communication if we ever crossed paths again, and I now feel like somebody close to me died. Rationally, I know I did the right thing, but I've never broken up with anyone amicably before, and grieving this relationship is extremely hard on me. Thank you all for reading. Take care. In the comments, breakups suck, even when they're the right decision. Let yourself grieve the future you wanted, cry, watch movies that make you cry more, it'll get easier. I hope your finals went well. And OP says, yes, thankfully I passed. Thank you for your kind words. Breakups always suck, but you definitely did the right thing. Anyone who would laugh at Jane saying the place you suggested smells like poor people is not someone you want to build a life with. And OP says, I don't want to indulge in this whole classism thing, but to be honest, Jim comes from a worse financial situation than me. Jane has generational wealth, and I think he didn't confront her because he would lose access to the perks of being her friend. After thinking about that moment so many times, I couldn't come up with any other explanation. OP responds to a longer comment regarding the future of her relationship with Jim and says, I told him I needed to think about the future of our relationship and we should limit contact. Both of us had finals coming up, and to be honest, I didn't want any distractions. We exchanged a few texts, wished each other good luck on our exams, but we were not on speaking terms as before. It wasn't intended as a punishment, but a deep thinking about all of the emotionally draining things that had happened in such a short time. Looking back, I know I should have done things differently, so I'll keep it in mind moving forward. Are OP and Jim different nationalities? OP says, we're the same nationality, but I study in a neighboring country. If either one of us wanted to visit the other, it'd take 2.5 to 3 hours of travel. Kira Star says, OP really buried the lead there. It seems like the breakup was more about the disrespect his friends showed her and the fact that he didn't stand up for her. OP's therapist says, you should break up with him. OP's friends say, sounds like you should break up with him. OP is like, maybe I'll go to strangers to see if I should break up with him. Even if he's a great guy, he's not, he's selfish, they are fundamentally incompatible. What is it with people burying the lead in stories like this? Why do they feel like they can only be honest about what actually is on their mind when it comes to the update? because it's that it was never about the Iranian yogurt situation once again. The events of the ticket fiasco happened after an already incredibly emotionally charged event in which you were crying and breaking down in the shower. That was the crux of the situation here, the disrespect that Jim's friends showed towards you, and he allowed and laughed at and downplayed and was like, I see nothing wrong with that. That was actually kind of chill. Like, the ticket situation makes it so much worse, obviously, and then the follow-up after that, with him spending 300 euros on a music festival that he just obviously didn't tell you about because he's trying to break up with you without directly breaking up with you. It just seems like he was checked out of that relationship a long time ago and didn't want to officially end it, so he hurt you along the way. Now, a lot of people won't agree with you ghosting him for 2 weeks before having a talk about it, saying that that was wrong, and I agree with that. You are not without blame yourself for disappearing for 2 weeks. I don't blame you for doing that, though. That's human. Sometimes we just have to distance ourselves from these things in order to clear our head and think about it from a distanced perspective. At the end of the day, I agree with this last comment. I think you both are fundamentally incompatible, and it took a long time for you guys to get to the point where you realize that and now are actioning it. So I'm actually glad you broke up. I think you needed to do that. And I hope you both find someone that isn't 3 hours away and won't play games with you like this. Thank you for the update. Good luck. I tested positive for an STD, and I can't find any evidence of my husband cheating. I'm coming to you all in need of advice on how to handle this situation. I feel like I'm in complete shock, and I can't think straight. Any advice on how to proceed in this situation would be greatly appreciated. For some background, my husband and I are high school sweethearts. We've been together since 2012 and have been married for 6 years, and we have a 2-year-old. For the timeline, in January I got off birth control so we could get pregnant. This was a mutual decision. In February, I got a severe UTI. Got treated and symptoms improved. Doctor's office cultured my urine and confirmed the antibiotics would treat it. In March, I got another severe UTI. I visited the same doctor's office, and they said it probably hadn't cleared up and gave me the same antibiotics. In May, I had my yearly OB-GYN appointment and mentioned that I had a bad UTI previously. The OB said to come back to her if it came back. Well, it came back, but they didn't have any nurses doing urine analysis that week. I don't know. So she prescribed me a different type of antibiotic and said to come in if I have any issues. In June, I got a severe UTI again, go to the doctor, and they do a urine analysis and cultured it, but nothing grew. I was referred to a urogyno doctor. I go to urogyno, and my urine culture comes back normal. After speaking with my mum, she suggests going back to the OB-GYN to get tested for STDs. At this point, I'm desperate to get any answers. On Monday, the 14th of July, I got a panel done, and I found out on the 17th of July, and I tested negative for everything but trike. I have been faithful to my husband, and the thought of cheating on him is repulsive. Here's the confusing part. I confronted him, and he is persistently saying he has never cheated on me. I kept calling him a liar and pushed him to tell me who it was. I kept reminding him that I have an STD, only transmitted by sexual acts, and that I have been faithful. I went through his phone, checked all of his apps, previously downloaded and currently downloaded. Nothing. I went through his Facebook Messenger. Nothing. I went through his Snapchat. Nothing. I went through his Instagram messages. Nothing. I went through his call logs. Nothing. I went through his car, and there was also nothing. I went through his credit card statements. Nothing. He gave me his phone and said he would do anything to prove he hasn't been unfaithful. I'm completely stumped. We share our locations, and in his significant locations there was nothing suspicious. Now what? In the comments, although not very common, it is possible that you guys had trichomoniasis for years and have not shown any symptoms. Since you stopped using birth control, your pH changed, and this may have triggered the outbreak of symptoms now. In any case, make sure both you and your partner get fully treated. OP says, thank you so much for your response. Do either of you go to the gym? It can be transmitted via non-sexual means, damp objects being the primary cause of this type of transmission. Did either of you ever use a gym towel that wasn't washed properly, or sat on a machine with a damp seat while wearing very thin clothing, or sat on the bench in the locker rooms, etc.? Have either of you ever tried on a bathing suit without keeping your own underwear on, or wore a new suit without washing it first? Many questions, not many answers. I don't know what to think because, there's always the possibility that he has a burner phone and that he's very good at hiding it. Much like that story where the cheating boyfriend's phone was found on the back side of the toilet, glued there, and he was able to get away with it for so long until he wasn't. But I think it's also interesting that she's had multiple cultures and nothing has come from it multiple times. That makes me think that it's a false positive. I'm not entirely sure. I'd love to know what happens. And now for the edit/update. On Friday, I called my OB's office and asked if there was any other way I could have gotten it, and the nurses told me no, it is transmitted sexually. I then asked her when was the last time I was tested for STDs, and she told me in December of 2022, and I was negative for everything. I did not have anything. Because of this conversation, I assumed she knew I was talking about Trick because I asked about it before I asked for my labs. Also, why would she not tell me Trick wasn't included if that's what we were discussing beforehand? Later Friday, we called my aunt who was a nurse that works in the same hospital and asked her, and she said she didn't think Trick was tested for in pregnancy. She had to manually pull up my labs from 2023 and found Trick was not tested for. Friday afternoon, we also both got tested again for it and expect labs to be back Monday or Tuesday. I don't think my husband has cheated, and I have not cheated. I also let him go through my phone, cards, etc., because that's only fair. I have apologized to him for jumping his shit. I also have to look at it from his side as well. He knows he hasn't been unfaithful, and then all of a sudden I have an STD? We're going to start couples therapy soon, and we're also going to bring my child to the pediatrician to get tested for Trick, as we have taken many baths together. If you would have asked me any day before Thursday if my husband would cheat on me, I would tell you 100% no without a doubt. We are solid. Update. We both went and got our urine tested on Friday, and we both tested negative for Trick. We are still going to get rechecked with urine, swab, and blood to be sure that we don't have it. And latest update. My husband got a urethral swab, and I got a swab of my cervix done as well as another urine test. All of our tests were negative besides the first one. We're chalking this up as a mix-up or a false positive because neither of us are experiencing symptoms and we had 5 negative tests. We're still going to get counseling as this has been traumatic for both of us. Thank you to all the kind people on this post who actually helped me. I hope this will help someone in the future. In the comments, the big everybody says, "What a nightmare," as if relationships don't have enough challenges. A nightmare, and yet immensely reassuring to read. This happened to me 3 years ago. I had recurrent UTIs several months after giving birth and eventually tested positive for Trick. I trust my husband, plus it would have been very implausible for him to cheat, plus he reassured me that he hadn't, but those positive results will sure do a number on your head. We both got treated, and I found just enough internet info to decide for myself that it could have been something that one or both of us had asymptomatically for years. But I sure wish that any medical provider had made that suggestion or recommended a retest. Seeing this story, along with the comments about false positive rates and asymptomatic infections, has really improved my day. I saw someone get fired for releasing incorrect STD results at a lab that I used to work for. Incorrect patient results of any kind are bad, but incorrect STD results can have huge consequences for the patient. Immediate dismissal. I hope this woman was able to eventually see the actual doctor and get some answers. While people are correct that it can be spread by contact with contaminated damp objects, it has to be some pretty intimate contact. Picking it up from a toilet seat during normal use is a myth. And I hope that dispels some of the anxiety around situations like this because, yeah, as I said, it has to be some pretty intimate contact with those damp surfaces, which is very much not normal for most people. So this case, it was a false positive. Seems like false positives are much more common than false negatives, going by the comments at least. I'm not a doctor. And I'm glad that these two are going to counseling regardless of the results so that they can work together as a team and move past the trauma of this situation because, yeah, if I were in their shoes, I'd definitely be traumatized by this. This would rock my world a little bit. Glad things are going well for them. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the updates, OP. Our next post is by user Stroop, and it's titled, Am I the asshole for attending the funeral of my mother? I, 24 female, was given up by my parents as a baby because they were both 18 and had no way to properly care for me. I didn't have a very good life until I got into college off of a sports scholarship, and it was then that I decided to investigate my past. I found out that my parents were still together, that they had 2 other kids a lot younger than me, and had overall become very successful in life. I started to feel very resentful, and although I almost reached out, I decided that I couldn't. I still kept tabs on them to see how they were doing, how my siblings are and stuff, and when I found out that my mother died, I did attend the funeral a few weeks ago. It was a big funeral. A lot of people attended, but it wasn't packed, and the thing is, other than my hair being jet black, I looked just like my mother did. So when people were leaving, I got spotted by my mother's hysterical great aunt, who assumed I was my mother. I excused myself, but I'm pretty sure I exposed who I was because just a few days ago, my father managed to find me and reach out to me. When we met at a coffee shop 3 days ago, he apologized for having given me up, not reaching out sooner, and ended up crying over not getting to raise me. It's the first time I saw a grown man cry. He asked me if I needed anything from a car to a place to stay, but I couldn't help but feel like I was embarrassing him. So I said goodbye and left, but I received a lot of texts and voicemails from him since then asking why I left early, if I'll meet him again, but I don't feel like I can talk to him. Then I got a phone call from a woman saying she was his cousin and my aunt, and that I should have stayed away because he's inconsolable now, and I'm an asshole for choosing a funeral to reveal myself. I feel like my aunt is right, because all I've done is brought him new grief after he just lost his wife. In the comments, not the asshole. You didn't ask your aunt to out you. She is the asshole by telling your father. The cat is out of the bag now, so I do think you need to communicate and not shut him out. You did kinda bring this on yourself. It's an unintended consequence. By going to the funeral, which was an honorable and right thing to do, you did create a situation where this could occur. I do think you need to see this through. I'd suggest you try and ignore everyone else and just talk to him and tell him that you didn't mean to reveal yourself at the funeral, you just came to quietly pay your respects, and now things have escalated. OP says, I mean, she had just lost her niece and was crying more than anybody that I'd ever seen. I don't blame her for exposing me. She's lost more than I ever knew. It's just that I carried years of sadness at being abandoned. The only thing they gave me was a name. When I found out how successful they were, it made me feel even worse. I went to the funeral because I didn't want to have never been in a room with my mother, but I'd never planned on connecting with anybody. It's why I feel that I'm in the wrong here. By going, I took this situation that wasn't about me and made it about me, and feel like if I backed away, I'd be making it even worse. Stripped Ties replies, those feelings of resentment are absolutely normal. But just remember, if they had kept you, their lives would have been different than the successful and happy ones they seem to have. I think you're not the asshole, but it seems like you need to talk to someone to work out your feelings about all of the heavy stuff that you're carrying. OP says, I know. It would have been a lot different if they kept me, and they probably wouldn't have been happy. But what hurts me is that they never came back for me after they became successful or tried to find out what happened to me. My father admitted as much to me when we talked. I wish I'd just stayed forgotten. Princess Sassafras replies to OP, Sweetheart, from their perspective, they may have felt that it was cruel to reach out. They may have believed that you were better off and that they would be interfering. You can't know this unless you speak to him. It's possible they didn't contact you because they loved and cared for you, and they didn't want to stir up what they thought was a good life. Your feelings are normal. The decision is completely yours as well. How can you know if you never ask? It's possible that it's just miscommunication and perceptions that stand between you. I think it may give you some closure if you decide to follow that path. You're not the asshole, and he may not be one either. Kano B says, not the asshole. I feel bad for you and your biological father, honestly. This is just a tough situation. Your aunt should seriously shut up. Technically, she would be her second cousin. Well, no, she would be her great-great-aunt if she is indeed the mother's great-aunt. OP says, the aunt who was hysterical and confused me for my mother in her grief is my mother's great-aunt and is in her 90s. The aunt who called me is my father's cousin. They are two different women. And Difficult Dot says, your biological father just lost his high school sweetheart and wife of many years. I think he was going to be grieving regardless. If you do need any help, you might allow him to help you out, but just know that there may be some strings attached. The old busybody, though, needs to mind her own business. I agree. I think that phone call from her was completely out of line, and I think it lacked any empathy for you and what you're going through. She seemingly doesn't care that your mum just died, even though she's not, directly your mum and she doesn't have that title. You still showed up to the funeral. She obviously meant something to you. I think, it is completely out of line for her to come and berate you over the phone like that. You even gave your dad the courtesy of meeting up with him to try and clear the air. Obviously, both of you are grieving. Emotions are high. You're not going to be thinking straight, and you're not going to be acting perfectly. Who is she to come judge you? I completely understand why you'd be hitting yourself over all of this. It's never easy to deal with bullshit situations like this, but please be reassured, OP, that you're not in the wrong for attending the funeral of your mother. You're not wrong at all for anything she said about you over the phone. But I do think that you should reach out to your dad and come to a reasonable middle ground on where you two stand, how you feel, and get some more information about what's going on between you two. I don't think you just walking out on him like that was particularly fair. I don't think he deserved that. I think he was being more than reasonable with you. I can understand why you did it, but I think give yourself some time and come back to him. I truly do think he deserves another chance. And now, on to the update. So I'm posting this because I said I would in a month. Things happened and it's gotten better. The first thing was my aunt, Dad's cousin, phoned me the day after and apologized to me. She told me that she practically raised my dad, and seeing him like he was made her act without thinking. She told me my dad wanted to see me again and would appreciate it if I would meet her too. I told her how hurtful what she said was and that I needed time before seeing her, but did agree to meet him. Fast forward a week, I go to meet my dad. I kept rereading everyone's advice and using it to prepare for what to say. He was more composed. I told him it hurt me so much to be abandoned, and it hurt seeing how successful he was, and it made me feel not wanted, and meeting him made me want to be forgotten. He told me he never forgot about me, and showed me a small baby photo of me that he keeps in his wallet, and told me he still sees me as his baby, even though I'm grown. He told me he and my mum used to cry for me every day after giving me up, but they still prayed for me every day, even until the end. He once again told me whatever I wanted, he could give me if I would let him. I told him I wanted no money or anything from him, and I didn't intend to reveal myself. He told me it was okay if I wanted nothing to do with him, but asked I be a part of my mum's great-aunt's life, as she hadn't stopped asking about me since exposing me, and gave me her address. He insisted that I was always wanted, but he always thought that I'd been adopted and didn't want to ruin my life. And that's something a lot of you said, so I was prepared for it. He asked me to forgive him for not being there for me, and said he'd do whatever to be my dad. I guess I realized I could push him away or finally have what I wanted. I told him my teenage fantasy was that he'd come to save me from the orphanage, and we both started crying. He told me we can save each other, and I hugged him and forgave him. Since then, I started seeing him more. I visit my great-great-aunt every other day. She's started calling me by baby nicknames that she had for my mum. My dad also started coming to the gym that me, my fiancé, and my best friend started after grad. He's been trying to do all of the dad stuff that I missed out on that we can still do, like teaching me how to drive, business advice, and stuff like that. I also finally don't feel so upset over my siblings getting a better life than me. He also got us both into counseling, and I've finally been able to talk about all of my years in the system before I aged out. He's hosting a New Year's party and asked me to come so that I can meet all my relatives, cousins, and siblings, and yes, I'm going. So I wanted to thank everybody that prepared me for how he felt in giving me up and how he felt in getting to see me again. I think if you all hadn't pointed that out to me, I probably would have just tried to stay hidden, and I wouldn't have finally gotten a dad. In the comments, Cresties says, "This is really beautiful. Your dad sounds like someone that is good to have in your life, and I'm sure he's thrilled to finally have a relationship with you." OP says, "I guess I really did misjudge a lot of things when I first met him. He really is the dad that I wanted when I was a teenager." Aussie Alter Ego says, "This is amazing. I'm so glad you're taking this step, but I know it's going to be weird creating relationships with people that you were genetically related to, but meeting as an adult. I'm going through something slightly less dramatic, but on a similar theme, and meeting close genetic relatives that you never knew existed as an adult is a very bizarre experience. Don't expect too much, and believe in yourself." OP says, "Thanks. I'm sure things with cousins, aunts, and uncles will be fine since people can go decades without seeing them while knowing them. It's meeting my siblings that I'm worried about, but my dad says they're excited to see me since they've always wondered who I was based on the baby photos they have of me in the house. I hope it goes well for you too." Have you ever thought about fostering children at some point in the future? Since you know what it's like in the system, you might be able to understand them better and help them. OP says, "I have in fact thought about it. After I get married though. My fiancé and I aren't stable enough for that yet, even though his business is picking up." And now onto the latest update, titled, "I finally got to meet my entire family." So I guess this is kind of an update to my Am I the Asshole post. But a bit over 2 weeks ago at the end of the year, I finally got to meet all of my family, and it was the best time ever. On the 31st, my dad went to my apartment, chatted in Spanish for like half an hour with my fiancé, as nobody speaks it in our country, and then I left with him for his house. My fiancé said he would come later. When we got to my dad's house, I was like, oh my god. I'd seen photos before, but damn, it's like a mini mansion, especially next to my apartment. It made me smile so much when I told my dad that you have a beautiful home, and he told me, it's your home too. When we got in, my dad led me to the living room where my siblings were waiting with my dad's uncle, so my great-uncle, and one of my cousins. Honestly, I was really scared, but then my cousin and uncle came and gave me a huge hug and said they've waited for this for so long. It was a bit more awkward with my siblings because they're both little, like not even 10 yet, but when they started asking questions, it got a bit overwhelming, so my dad made them stop, but I liked it because it means they want to get to know me. It did make me a bit sad when my little sister said that I look so much like my mummy used to. I can't believe I didn't notice it until then, but there was this giant photo of my parents and a baby over the fireplace. Like my dad looked super young in that photo, younger than me even, so I had to ask, is that me? When my dad said yes, I started crying. My great-uncle took my siblings away, and my dad and my cousin consoled me. Honestly, it may seem selfish, but that felt really good. The rest of the day went great too, especially when my fiancé came as well. Right at dinner time, my dad did a large toast to all the relatives and introduced me and my fiancé. Honestly, I don't know if I can write most of what he said, but it just made me feel so loved and so happy that I let him into my life. I went back to my apartment with my fiancé really early in the morning, but since then, I've never felt better. Honestly, the only reason I remembered this post is because today my dad sent me a text asking if my fiance and I want to go on a trip with him to Spain in February. I don't know if we'll be able to go yet, but we'll see. In the comments, Typical Management 680 says, "I'm so glad you got to meet more of your family. This update gladdens my heart. I also wanted to offer, I know I don't share your experience growing up, but I did grow up poor, and as I got older, I realized that I had deep-seated issues around money, and I would stop people from doing things for me because I didn't want them to think that I was a user, or I felt like I always had to pay them back. I've been working on myself, and I'm unlearning a lot. I hope you're not worried about that, and if so, no one thinks you're a user. Please know that it's okay to receive things from loved ones freely and without guilt or fear. Let yourself enjoy the blessings of others." OP replies, "Thanks. It might take a while, but gifts on birthdays, Christmas, anniversaries, and my wedding I won't say no to. As for the rest, I guess it's like with you. I don't want people to think I only want this for the money." Be Cool Do Crime says, "So what are the chances that these people basically built shrines to the child they never once reached out to?" Higher than you expect. It's much easier to mourn a child as though they are basically dead than to reach out and actually take responsibility. Yeah, I have a sister from the dad who abandoned me, and I talked to her once as an adult. She said that they had pictures of me in their house growing up, and they were told I was their cousin, lol. Interesting, yeah. And I would bet that is what happened in this case. And not for a particularly malicious reason, I don't think. Maybe they just wanted OP to continue living her life as is without them disrupting her, like was said in the first post there. That yeah, maybe it was easier to live with the idea of her and mourn her not being there in your life all those years than it is to particularly reach out and have a good chance of an extremely negative experience, much like what happened here. But hey, what happened happened. I'm glad OP was able to resolve everything and become part of the community that she so desperately yearned for. Beautiful story, beautiful update. I'm glad you took the advice of the community, OP. Thank you for that, and continue being amazing. Our next post is by user Classic Adagio, and it's titled, "My boyfriend invited me to his dad's for dinner, and I ended up sitting there while hungry while everyone else ate. Am I overreacting? Hi Reddit. I, 21 female, have been with my boyfriend, 22 male, for almost 2 years. For context, I've been pescatarian for about 1 year and 3 months. I only ate meat for the first few months of our relationship, so his family knows I don't eat meat. Yesterday was his grandma's birthday party. They had brisket and sides, so I just had fruit and veggies. Totally fine since it was a big party and I had a smoothie beforehand. Later, his aunt texted that they were opening their pool on his dad's side of the family, as his parents are divorced. We decided to stop by. The pool party was fun, but my clothes got soaked. Afterward, instead of going back to my house, where my grandparents were already planning to make tacos for the both of us, we ended up changing plans and going to his dad's house because they were planning on eating there. At this point, my clothes are still soaking wet, so I'm in his oversized shorts and shirt. I'm also on my period, stressed, and haven't had a real meal in hours. When we get to his dad's, they decide to make pizza and burgers. My boyfriend is in charge of the pizzas, so I assumed he'd make a cheese one. Nope, it's a combination pizza. Burgers, hot dogs, combination pizza, literally nothing I can eat. Nobody asked me what I wanted, except earlier when someone offered me a burger. Obviously I said no, which they later realized but didn't say anything. I started to get visibly upset, and my boyfriend asked what was wrong. I didn't want to make it a big deal, so we went outside to talk quickly, and finally I asked him, "So were you just expecting me to sit here and watch everyone else eat in silence?" He kinda brushed it off, saying, "It's fine, I'll just eat and then we can leave and go to your house." But that annoyed me because we had plans that would have involved both of us eating, and I would never do that to him at my house. Right before everyone ate, I went to the bathroom and teared up because I felt like crap. Hungry, awkward, and uncomfortable. When I came back, everyone else had food and I was just sitting there with nothing. To top it off, he handed me the tiniest side cup of waffle fries, like 6 fries, and when I said I didn't want them, he just ate them himself. It honestly just shocked me that no one in his family noticed or offered me anything. My grandparents would never let my boyfriend sit there without a meal, ever. So Reddit, was I overreacting? Would you be upset if your partner put you in this situation? How would you handle it? In the comments, it's pretty thoughtless of your boyfriend, but you kinda knew the deal when you ate at his grandma's birthday party. If I was eating over there, I would bring my own food so I knew there was something for me to eat. Kind of sends a subtle message too. Remember, they were planning to go have a meal at her relative's place. She'd already drunk a smoothie and made it through one family gathering that ignored her. She was supposed to go have a meal and they changed the plans. And her boyfriend saying it's fine is what pissed me off. It's fine for who? He's completely invalidating her feelings instead of having an aha moment and apologizing. Your boyfriend wasn't thinking of you at all and acted very badly. None of what happened is your fault. But one of the greatest lessons you will ever learn in life is to tell other people how you actually feel. It's okay to say no, I don't want to change plans. It's okay to say I am wet, hungry, and want to go to my grandparents' house. It's okay to ask for what you want. Definitely not cool to host a party and not have stuff for all of your guests. Even less cool if it's your significant other that you've been with for years. But if you were so hungry, why didn't you eat the waffle fries? I think at that point you crossed into the hangry zone and it doesn't sound like you could be coaxed back. Avocado Slut replies to that commenter saying, "You've never been treated this way, and it shows. Getting offered six fries when you're ready for a meal is an insult. After planning ahead to go eat at one place when having plans changed. After dealing with soggy clothes on your period. After your partner of 2 years made something that you can't eat, knowing your diet restrictions. 6 fries will leave you hungrier than you started. This is a reasonable crash out, and OP's partner is weaponizing incompetence." I agree with that. I think it's easy for people to be like, well, he offered you a solution, he offered you 6 fries, and then forget all of the context that happened before that, being like, he did make an entire combination pizza, knowing that you are a pescatarian and will not be able to eat that, but he did offer you 6 fries, so what are you complaining about? I'm on OP's side for this one. I completely understand why she didn't change the plans and just went along with it, because she's like, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that I will be fed because I am with my partner of 2 years and his family, they should know me. I'm just going to assume that they will provide food that I can eat, given that I have been in their lives for 2 years. That's a fair assumption to make. I don't think that makes an ass out of you and me. I think it was incredibly rude for them not to acknowledge that you weren't eating and not to fix you some food that you can actually eat because you're pescatarian. But at the same time, a lot of this could have been avoided if your boyfriend had just made some cheese pizza for you. It could have been half cheese, half combination. There wouldn't have been a problem, but he just didn't do that. He didn't care. Yes, it is weaponized incompetence. Yes, he is an asshole for the escalating chain of events that led to you being hangry and upset. I don't think that you're at fault for not speaking up and being like, no, I actually want to go to my grandparents' house for food there. You couldn't have seen the future in which you were not offered food at this family's dinner. So no, I don't think you're overreacting at all. And now, onto the update. Hey guys, just wanted to give a little update and some more context. First off, a lot of people thought that my boyfriend was actively making a pizza, but what I meant was that it's just a frozen pizza. So there really wasn't much he could do about it in that moment. Where I feel he went wrong was not telling me right away that there wasn't really anything for me to eat. I kind of had to figure it out on my own. I wasn't standing near him when he put the pizza in the oven, so I didn't realize it was a combination pizza until the oven was almost done preheating. I do realize now that I should have brought something that I could eat, but to be fair, I didn't even know that we were going to be at his dad's house. I thought we'd be going to my grandparents' house, where I live, so I wasn't prepared. Looking back, I think we were both a little in the wrong. It was just a sucky, awkward situation overall, and I do think it was very inconsiderate, and we did have a long talk about it. But it's not something that I can hold against him for the rest of his life. Also, a lot of people said that I should have stuck up for myself. I'm honestly not a very outgoing person, and I really didn't know what to say in the moment. I know I need to work on that, but at the time, I was just stuck in a super awkward situation and didn't know how to speak up. I don't blame his family at all, because it's not really their job to accommodate me. That said, as a host, I personally would never want to make someone feel like that. Lesson learned. I'll definitely be more prepared next time. Hopefully no one else ever has to be in this kind of an uncomfortable situation, because yeah, it wasn't fun. In the comments, Francophile says, I can't imagine any scenario where my husband would stuff his face whilst I looked on without having anything to eat. I can't imagine my in-laws putting me through that either. OP needs to raise her standards. I can't imagine a house that doesn't have the parts to make some kind of a sandwich or some kind of snack. They were at a house, not a vacation rental. Well, even then, he could have pulled out his phone and offered to buy her something. Like, you have plenty of food options at your fingertips. If that was my significant other, and it ended up that they had nothing to eat, I would either offer to order them something that caters to their diet, or abandon the meal altogether and take my significant other to get food elsewhere, be it at home or at a restaurant or something. How are they both in the wrong? Someone explain this. She's hungry and her boyfriend knew that she couldn't eat anything served and did nothing except tell her to wait for him to finish eating and then they'll go get her food. What the hell? He's an inconsiderate, selfish, thoughtless asshole. She's wrong because? I'm guessing the logic is because she accepted being treated that way. A lot of people on these subs see countless posts about people taking years of abuse and disrespect that they no longer have any sympathy for anyone who doesn't immediately confront the obvious asshole for not doing the bare minimum expected of a competent and reliable partner, which isn't fair to individuals like the OP who likely isn't used to looking for red flags. Jesus Christ, the bar is in hell, and I am so deeply sad for this OP that she would endure this humiliation and utter disrespect, complete lack of consideration from a man that she's been with for 2 years, and somehow gaslight herself into thinking that she needs to forgive him. He derailed her plans to go somewhere she would be able to eat in order to force her to sit silently watching other people eat for 2 fucking hours. I would have walked out after tossing those fries in his lap. What a fucking asshole. I'm sad for OP that she doesn't think she deserves better. Look, a lot to address in this update and all the commentary that came afterwards. And on I Wanna Be an Enemy's comment about the logic is she accepted being treated that way, I do agree that a lot of the subs will see people taking years of abuse and disrespect and then not have sympathy for them because it's like, have we not beat this horse 1,000,000 times over? Can we just slap these people with stop accepting bare minimum and stand up for yourself and have a spine? But I guess the counter is people like OP are not constantly reading stories like this, are not constantly being exposed to what is and is not acceptable in relationships and how they should combat situations like that. Some people do unfortunately live under a rock. Some people were born yesterday. I think once it gets to a point for specific individuals that have been told personally a bunch of times that what they're doing and accepting is wrong, and they come back and say, I didn't take your advice, why is the abuse still continuing? And that cycles a few times, yeah, then it's okay to be like, I'm done with you, I have no more sympathy. What is wrong with you? We've told you everything multiple times. There's nothing else we can say. But in OP's case, I get where she's coming from. Like I said in my first part of analysis here, I feel for her, and hopefully this is the wake-up call for her to decide if she wants to stay with this man or not, and how she will accept being treated going forward, because this party will be remembered going forward, and I hope that she uses it as a sticking point to be like, I'm not going there, you remember what happened last time, you remember how I was treated, and you remember how you did nothing. Yeah, I'm not going to allow that to happen again. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I still don't think OP was overreacting. Maybe she's overreacting a little bit in this update, saying that she had a huge part to play, I don't think so. I don't think she was wrong. I don't think she should be blaming herself here. I do genuinely believe that for all intents and purposes, her partner is gaslighting her into thinking that her having a bad attitude, being upset, and everything else was on her, and that she was the one causing a problem, and that he didn't really have any responsibility for that, and she should have, I don't know, not been upset, not lashed out, not been a normal human being in that instance. I do believe that is genuine gaslighting, or at least invalidating her feelings and a little bit of manipulation sprinkled in there, because he doesn't want to take full accountability for his actions and his inactions. So I guess it is what it is. Hopefully there's another update from OP in the future telling us what she's decided to do from here, and if there is any other revelations. But for now, that's it. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the update, OP. I found her TikTok after we went on a date. This is honestly not something I expected to post about, but here's the thing. I've known this woman, 28 female, for a while since we're in the same friend groups. She's a nice person, attractive, and honestly, I've always enjoyed my talks with her. A few weeks ago, I, 26 male, asked her out on a date. I figured if she says no, it's fine, but she actually agreed. We went on a date this past Saturday, and honestly, I thought it was awesome. We went out for dinner, had drinks, spent the rest of the night talking, and we even took a walk on a walking bridge over the town's lake. It's not a big one. I dropped her off and was elated. I absolutely loved the night. However, that night when I was scrolling through TikTok on my bed, a post from her, I didn't follow her, nor knew that she had a TikTok, appeared on my For You page. Essentially, she said in the post, "Getting ready for a date I really don't want to go to." That was like a bucket of ice water being thrown on my head. I was so freaking happy, and I just found out that she didn't even want to go on a date with me. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying she has to want it, but please, let me know if that's the case. We don't need to go out. We can forget that I even asked her out. But doing this on the internet, it made me self-conscious? I'm not sure if that's the right word. Now I'm unsure about what to do. Should I tell her that I saw this or just forget about it? Honestly, it really hurt me, and I'm not really sure I want to give this another try. I mean, she didn't want to go out with me in the first place, right? In the comments, Naked Neve says, "I'd comment on the post and ask if the date went well. This, just because she didn't want to go doesn't mean she didn't have a good time. I think all of us have been there, where we don't feel like socializing, but it turns out okay or fun. Her not wanting to go may not be a judgment on the OP at all. Could simply be that they weren't in the mood for a date, which might actually be a compliment to OP that she was still willing to do it for OP anyhow. It's a low blow to post it on social media. People have feelings. She didn't give a shit about OP finding out, especially if they know each other from a friend group. Good human beings don't proceed like that. I'd say leave her be. If she asks why, then tell her that you saw the video. Simple as that. I just wouldn't ask her for a second date and let it be. Don't give her fuel for her TikTok. Just tell her that you don't think you're a good fit if she asks. I'd feel like a child dating somebody who airs their personal life on fucking TikTok, of all apps too. Yuck. Oh my god, fight with the boyfriend. You'll never guess what he said. The thing for me would be this. Who on earth would post that on TikTok, and why? The potential answers will tell you a lot. I would never want to be with someone that would find that an appropriate thing to post for so many reasons. My interest in such a person would disappear after seeing something like that, and I hope you have the wherewithal to feel similarly. This woman is not worth it, and at least you discovered that quickly. Distance yourself if you know what's good for you. No point in causing any drama over it, and honestly, that might be something she would enjoy. Yeah, look, I think it's a bad look to be posting that on TikTok, especially if it's like a public account as well, because so many more people can potentially see it. And to me, the fact that they've been running in the same friendship circles as well, and of course the friends are going to know about this date, tells me that they saw that TikTok and they too know that she didn't want to go on that date with OP, and there's going to be drama and social pressure around that fact as well. It's just not fun. That's just not a good reality to live in. I wouldn't want my dirty laundry, whether the date went well or not, aired out to that degree, to that many people, to have the soapbox of the world come in to witness that. Proceed with it as you'd like, OP. You can continue dating her if you want to, but that's just my 2 cents in the situation. That'd definitely be a red flag for me. And now, onto the update. Hello everyone. Some people have reached out to me through comments or chat asking for an update on the situation. Sadly, there isn't much to share at the moment, but I'll provide what I can. Please keep in mind that I won't be discussing this further, nor will I reply to comments. Thank you for your understanding. After last week's post, I read almost every comment, or at least most of them. I'm thankful to all those who commented and shared a bit of their own personal story. Some people mentioned that anxiety is normal and feeling like not going out is definitely common, suggesting that I shouldn't look too much into it. While I agree with their perspective and see no fault in not feeling like going out, what bothered me the most in this situation was having to post a TikTok for a significant audience. I'm a private person by nature, and even my social media accounts, like Instagram, have only a single post. I don't really like to overtly share, nor do I want to be with someone who does. It's completely fine to share whatever you want, I just don't want to be a part of it. So I decided not to contact her. I chose to pretend that I'd never seen the post and let things be. I understand a lot of people might think that this isn't the best choice, but I feel it's the best course for the both of us. Last Thursday, a few friends who also happen to know her invited me for drinks. We went to a bar, and while we were eating and enjoying our drinks, a mutual friend asked me how my date went, as our circle was aware that we were going on a date. I didn't want to say much, so I just replied, "Oh, it was good, but I don't think we clicked." The friend followed it by saying, "We figured," which made me feel rather uneasy. When I asked what he was talking about, he hesitated, but eventually said that they had seen a TikTok posted from her about not wanting to go out. At this point, I didn't really know what to say. The situation is just incredibly messy for me, but there's not much I can do about it. Still, I wasn't going to mention it, nor did I try to look up if there was any update on her part. In fact, I deleted TikTok after that incident. It just wasn't doing me any good. Nevertheless, this past Saturday she sent me a text. She mentioned that she enjoyed our date and asked if I wanted to go out again. I understand that she clearly stated that she enjoyed our time together. However, I don't want to be with someone who exposes so much of their personal life. It's not something that would be good for me. So I decided to tell her the truth and sent a text explaining that while I absolutely enjoyed our date, her company, and that I thought that she was an amazing woman, her post from the night of our date came across my For You page on TikTok, and it made me feel really self-conscious. While I understand that she enjoyed the date, contrary to what she felt at the time of the post, I didn't feel comfortable going out with someone who had such a high level of exposure online. I wished her the best and expressed hope that she finds someone whose lifestyle aligns with hers. She's read the message and left me on read ever since. I don't think she will reply, and I don't think we'll have a lot of social interactions going forward. I'm sorry if this wasn't the update that you guys were expecting, but yeah, sadly that's what the situation became. Anyhow, I wish everyone a good day. In the comments, VanMan32 says, "I was late to the party on the last post you made. I think what you did was right. You gave your explanation in a way that she couldn't really milk it for content. If she did use your response for content, she would have been shat on so hard and labeled a shitty person. Hopefully this is a good lesson for her going forward. I guarantee you, she's still gonna make another TikTok that'll be rather unflattering for OP. Given what she did prior, she seems like that type of person. OP, contrary to what you may think, you got the message through to her loud and clear. I feel so sorry for people dating in the era of ever-present social media. It just ruins everything it touches. Dude, you rejected her after she asked you on another date. Hilarious. She didn't even want to go in the first place. Hopefully she's learned a lesson and will grow from it. It's not nice to spread all of your life online. There are consequences. Keep the message of her asking you out, as you might need it in your friend group. Just a reminder that the TikTok algorithm will show people posts from those in their contact list, even if they aren't followers. Even if you don't let TikTok have your contact list, if a friend of yours does, and they have your number, then TikTok will know that you're linked. That's why OP and all of their mutual friends saw the TikTok. I realized an ex-friend of mine was cheating on his long-term girlfriend. The new side chick made TikToks with him in them. He didn't know, and uploaded them. I don't know how the algorithm knew that I knew either. It was a surreal experience seeing a friend there kissing some chick 15 years younger than him on TikTok, and then on Instagram he's posting his girlfriend on the same day. Let's just say that I'm not friends with him, but his ex-girlfriend is flourishing, and honestly, proud of her. And there it was, guys. The friend group finding out about it, and things being weird. Jesus Christ, if you are having your own relationship, whatever, please don't go just posting about it on TikTok, especially at least not on an account that is linked to your personal number, because the algorithm's gonna find out. I think if people want a totally, completely independent account that won't start linking to people you know, you'd have to get a new phone, new SIM card, new email, and just independent internet use on that one so that it doesn't link it. And even then, the algorithm would probably figure you out. Her posting that cringe story from the start was just all sorts of red flags, and of course it was going to go wrong. If she knows anything about OP and knows that he's not a very online kind of guy, how does she think that's going to go down when someone tells him, if he doesn't find it naturally, but someone tells him about the TikTok and her gossiping about it? I really do feel like a 28-year-old woman should know better than to go shooting herself in her foot. She ruined that by being a weirdo, and I hope she learns from this, but she might not. Anyway, OP dodged a bullet. That bullet is in her foot, and I'm glad that OP came back with an update for this one, so thank you for that. Our next post is by user Get a Life, and it's titled, "Am I wrong in this fight? My wife and I don't fight much, and when we do fight, we usually communicate well afterwards, and things go back to normal. I brag to my friends about how reasonable my wife is, and her ability to communicate and empathize is something that I deeply admire. She doesn't hold grudges, she talks me through my rough times, until now. Due to a fire, my wife is out of work but still earning her salary. Thanks, insurance. We decided that she would stay home with our young son while out of work. She doesn't love child rearing, which is something that we knew going into having kids, and honestly, it's hard to tell. She's a great mum, present and loving even when I can see that she's struggling inside. I give my wife a lot of breaks. We co-parent, split bedtime routines for our 2 kids, we both pull our weight. Yesterday was a snow day. My daughter was home with my wife and son. I was working from home downstairs all day. I helped my daughter with cyber school until noon. My wife was with my son in the snow all morning, plowing the drive and sidewalks, etc., maintaining the house. My daughter joined them, and from the sound of things and some videos, she brought her friends over for playing and hot chocolate. I worked until around 5 o'clock, and when I went upstairs, it was chaos. My wife was doing laundry and helping my daughter who fell and hurt herself on the ice. She sent home the friends and we had dinner. I did the cleanup, and right after finishing, keep in mind I've been downstairs working all day, not even a bathroom break after noon, I go into the playroom and my wife approaches me. It goes like this. She says, "Hey, can I go lay down for a bit?" Now this is the maybe offense. I admit I made a face and I said, "I haven't gone to the bathroom all day and I put cookies in the oven." I can tell that I messed up just by the face she gives me. She says, "Fine, never mind, forget I asked. Heaven forbid." Now I'm sensing some attitude, and I know that I've misstepped here. So I say, No, it's fine. I'll take care of it all. Go take a break." To my complete shock, in front of our kids, who I admit aren't paying us much attention, but are still close, my wife says, "I said never fucking mind. I've been running around on my feet all day watching our kids and other people's kids, and heaven fucking forbid I ask for 20 minutes to myself." I said again, "Go take a break. I told you it was fine." But she clearly has lost her marbles and is seeing red. She starts cleaning up and helping with the kids, and I do too. I tried to overcompensate, but she just took over caring for them and they listened to her. In the hall, I said, "I think you forget I work all day." And she viciously says, "Thanks for reminding me. I almost forgot." Oh my god, this shit is too real. Oh no. I feel like an ass. I get that she works hard caring for the kids, but I work hard too. I think not having her job and escape is making her reaction to this fight worse. She texted me the next day with her usual communication. She expressed how upset she felt with my behavior and the way that I acted towards her. She said she was feeding and taking care of 6 kids all day in the snow alone and still cleaned the entire house and deep cleaned our craft room. I explained that I'm stressed at work and I didn't get why she's so upset since I offered her a break. But she said, "I don't want your pity breaks." She ended it with, "Thanks for the apology, by the way." Which, yeah, I didn't exactly apologize, but for what? And then she asked for the number to my daughter's piano teacher. The piano teacher was the only activity that I manage for my kids. I found out she texted her asking to go through my wife from now on, as she will be managing the schedule. Normally my wife would text me asking if I can get my daughter from dance on my way home yesterday. I do this every week. I didn't hear anything, and when I got home, I found out my wife dropped and picked her up. I confronted my wife with, "I am very present with my children. Do not make me out to be an absent father." My wife responded with, "If I didn't manage and ask you for help, you'd see them a quarter of the time you do now, and I'm done managing you." I get it. I should have just smiled and agreed when she asked for help, but this is extreme. She's having a fit and trying to ice me out of my relationship with my kids. It's so petty. It's like I don't even know this woman. Gone is the reasonable, level-headed communicator. So if you've made it this far, thank you, and please tell me if I'm wrong here. In the comments, OP on being told his wife is stressed. Thanks for the response. Her reaction is so out of left field. She really is usually the most reasonable person I know. It's been stressful for her, and I admit that I'm also so stressed at my job that I didn't see it. I figured a few months off paid would be a luxury, but yeah, now I see having 6 kids and a toddler alone all day might be as luxurious as a barrel of hair. I guess it's my turn to be the empathetic, reasonable one. She's done it enough for the both of us. OP on being told to take the initiative and give the wife a break. You are 100% right. I normally do say that. She asks me for a break at least 3 times a week to take a bath or to go and read, and I almost always immediately say yes. It was just an off moment, and I know I reacted poorly, but she's completely trying to ice me out. I had to argue with her this morning just to let me take my kid to school because she said she would do it. And the kids just went along, clinging to her, and then when I pushed back, my kid started crying for her. She had to calm him down and insist going with Dad is fun, just to undo what she did. He was fine with going with me, but it's messy and so unnecessary. I'm scared with her behavior. I love my wife, and I don't want to push her away. OP on his wife's schedule. My wife has 2 days during the week without my son or daughter. She's been painting the house and deep cleaning. My son is gone from 8 to 2, and my daughter 9 to 3 Monday and Friday both. I think the snow day broke her, but hopefully she'll come around and be sensible. I've never known her to ice me out or to stop communicating, and it's freaking me out. It's a little bit why I think there is more to this fight. Senor Pupus says, if she said she's done managing you, that means she feels like you are adding to her stress, and it's easier and less stressful for her to do things on her own without asking you. That's not a good sign, but it's fixable. Perhaps you need to take the initiative and know what's going on and what needs to be done without her having to ask you or interact with you about it. Yes, you work all day, but it's not helpful to highlight that. You're fueling the idea that this is a competition, and it likely inspires resentment when you do that. For example, when she asked you about going to lie down, you could have just said, "Okay, but first, can you just give me a few minutes to go to the bathroom?" OP, When you point out that you work all day, it comes across as, I work all day, in contrast to whatever you're doing. She also works all day, but receives no money or appreciation for it. Yeah, I can see how intentions and words can all get mixed up in situations like this, especially when you've had 6 kids and a toddler that you've had to manage all day, and one of them has just hurt themselves, and you yourself are not as keen, as willing to be a parent as you would think that other parents are willing to be. So, on top of it already being exhausting, you are not as motivated and willing to do that job as others are just naturally. I can see why she is so conflicted. I can definitely see why she is doing what she is doing, but I think there has to be a better way. I think OP messed up massively and continues to mess up with his miscommunication. To me, it really feels like you got to get an intermediary, a therapist or a trusted friend to get in between you guys and sort out the muck that you guys are in. Because if these fights keep happening, nothing good will come from it. And now, on to the update. I made one stupid, selfish comment to my wife a week or so ago, and now my life is in disarray. My wife is in some crisis. Her work is closed and she's being paid, but she's home with our kids now, including one 3-year-old. She gets breaks on Monday and Friday with childcare. We went into having kids knowing that she wanted to be a working mother, so this has been an adjustment to say the least. On to the OG fight. She spent a long day with our kids and the neighboring kids, and when I came upstairs from work and she asked for a break, I didn't respond well. I made excuses and didn't offer help, and for the first time in years, my wife lost her temper and cursed at me. Like an idiot, I dug in and I thought that I was right. I admit we both said some unkind things, but after Reddit humbled me and she made me sit down and write a list of the things that I did for the family that day and compared it with her longer list, I apologized. She accepted, and I figured things would go back to normal. They haven't. My wife used to include me in parenting our kids. I did dance pickup most weeks and bedtime was split. I gave baths, made dinner, all the stuff. Since our fight, my wife hasn't asked me for any help with the kids. The first morning I woke up on what was supposed to be my morning with the kids, I figured she was just being nice or trying to prove a point, but it keeps happening. She didn't even send them down to say goodnight last night. Normally my wife does this silly game where she sends my son to ask me to read 5 books, and then we would negotiate down to 1 or 2 and race upstairs. Last night, I heard her racing him and came up to find her doing bedtime yet again. The kids haven't even noticed. It's like she's replacing me. When we were fighting, I said something really dumb that's living inside me and festering. My wife was being nasty and said, "You wouldn't see the kids a quarter as much as you do if I didn't arrange it, and I'm done managing you." I defended myself. I'm not an absent parent, and said something along the lines of, "I'd like to see how long you can manage without me." Consider my foot officially in my mouth. She started running again. She's cooking really healthy and often. Every night I come home to my perfectly happy Stepford wife, doing it all without me, and I feel empty inside. How do I fix this? I don't even know where to begin. At this point, I want to beg her to go back to how things were. This wasn't what we agreed on. In the comments, usually right 2 says, I don't know, step up? Get involved without her organizing it or instructing you? Are you really this daft? OP says, it's difficult when they prefer her and she seems to do everything better than me. I work often as well. It helps to have her give me a heads up on the plan with the kids, but I'm getting now that maybe that's done and over with. But he doesn't know what to do. If she doesn't send the kid to him with an instruction of what books and how many are to be read, how is he supposed to know what to do? OP, that wasn't a silly game. That was a woman noticing that you were never going to just go read your own kid a book. So she made it into a game for the child, so the child doesn't have to watch his mum come over to dad and say, please read him a book. For the love of God, please. because that would give the kid an inkling that you are not doing it out of your own free will, and if not instructed, you would not do it ever. And that could be upsetting. OP replies, "Okay, I admit this hit me hard. Fuck, man, do you really think that's what the game is? I hate that it makes sense to me." And now on to the next update. It's been a minute since I bothered with Reddit, but when I logged in, it seems some people care for an update. It's not exciting. I've taken a lot of time to really look at the man that I've become. My wife and I are 100% back to being a team, but I've realized I wasn't stepping up the way that I always wanted to. I promised my wife a partnership, and even though it's been a month or so since our fight, and my wife keeps asking me to forget that it happened, I can't. My therapist is helping me sort through my overthinking. My wife started therapy because of the stress losing her work temporarily and staying home has caused. Her issues appear to stem from feeling useless without bringing in a paycheck and was taking on too many tasks at home to overcompensate. She doesn't feel like she deserves breaks, and when she takes them, she feels awful about herself and like she's lazy. Coming from the least lazy person I know. I can tell she's struggling, and I've been supporting her the best I can. I often make sure she knows that I think she deserves breaks. So when I see her hyperfixating on cleaning the floorboards, I intervene gently by reminding her that this doesn't need doing right now, but that I will finish it for her while she does me a favor and takes a little break. Sometimes it works, and other times she tells me to stop fussing and leave her to work, and I do. It's been working well, and I don't mind the extra work for the peace of mind that it offers me. My wife is my everything, and her happiness is paramount. My kids are mostly clueless to all of this. We don't involve them. And I must say, I made a throwaway comment about my wife not loving child rearing and received a lot of nasty comments about not having kids we don't want. I'm wary to dignify this with a response, but will say what I meant was that we agreed before having children that my wife would not be the sole support system for them, and that she would never feel obligated to quit working. My wife is fiercely independent due to her past, and a big part of her comfort in our relationship comes from her ability to leave it safely if she ever needed to. That trauma is hers, and I won't touch more on it other than to say I agreed to this aspect before we married and do not mind it. She should be an independent person. I'd want the same for my kids. So that's basically it. I've taken on the role as primary parent. I get my kids to daycare and school and home, and while my wife helps half the time, it's now my responsibility to see who is doing what and coordinate things. I can't do it all in my head like her, but I have a chart that's been helping. She rebelled at first, but gave up the reins surprisingly easily. She needed a break. I also put my son back in full-time daycare, although my wife keeps bringing him early. I can tell she likes the break. That's all I have for now. Thanks guys, and sorry it's not more dramatic. I know some of y'all wanted my balls and were hopeful my wife would leave me. While I would be lost without her and the thought makes me physically ill, it's nice to see people appreciating my wife the way that she deserves and stand up for her so fiercely. Thanks all. One last thing. I bought her this game, Pal World, on the computer. She hasn't gamed since having kids because of some preconceived conclusion that it made her a bad parent, but I insisted that she spend a few hours, and since I'd spent money, she did. I find her playing a lot to wind down when the day is over. It seems to be helping her feel more herself too. So thanks, video games. I'll stand for a lot of assumptions on my character, and boy, have there been some nasty ones. But one thing I won't take is people saying I don't love my wife. She's my person, and it is my duty in life to make her happy. And now onto the latest update, titled Evolving. I say evolving because I can't say I've changed. It's not been long enough for that. I posted a while ago on Reddit to vent. I was angry about a fight that I'd had with my wife about something stupid I'd done. I'll be honest, it was multiple stupid things. After a lot of strong opinions on here, and some heavy reflecting, I didn't even know my kid's doctor's name, I had a perspective shift. I decided that I wanted to be more involved. More of the primary parent. My wife agreed to start handing me the reins, starting with registering our son for kindergarten and all of my daughter's activities. I work from home and am flexible and honestly enjoy being the one to get my kids on and off the bus. Now I'm the one they call when the kids are sick. Even when they do bother my wife, she will call me because I'm closer and I'm free now. I am homeroom parent for my son this year. I bring the office ladies eggs. I got the background checks for volunteering. Shark Shop from 11:30 to 12:30 is a perfect way to spend my Tuesday lunch break. The kids still prefer mum sometimes, but wow, has it made a huge difference. So, if you can, dads, be the primary. It's worth every second. In the comments, Sibri2001 says, I had a co-worker once tell me that his wife wasn't letting him teach his son basketball. I asked how she can possibly stop him. He said something to the effect of her not getting the kid ready or making the time to go to the court or getting the kid shoes. His mind was blown when I pointed out that his dumbass could take his own son to get all of this shit. You're acting like a man's man here, and you're sending your wife who has never played to pick out basketball equipment for your firstborn son? He acted like I was being ridiculous. And Houndstooth Reader says, the way my head exploded in the first couple of posts, where he kept saying things like, she's cutting me out of parenting, she never asks me to help anymore, she never sends the kids to me for help anymore, she never tells me what time they need to, ... Like he typed all of that, starting with how his wife never wanted to be the primary parent, so they were equal partners, and it never occurred to him that he could step up and actually parent his kids without being asked, told, or handheld. I hope his changed perspective lasts. And you know what, I gotta hand it to him for coming and being so brutally honest and open about his circumstance and being so self-aware that he was the problem, that he was causing all of these issues, and genuinely reflecting on all of that to be the better person that he needed to be. That is a very inspiring thing. I'm sure it happens plenty. I'm very sure that it does, because I see so many successful couples out there, and I'm glad that they worked through this. It didn't take counseling, it just took heavy introspection, accepting that you were at fault, and working with your wife to be better, and genuinely mean it, genuinely try to be better. I really respect that. It can be done, it is possible, it is no easy task, but it is well worth it. And you've shown that today, OP. Thank you. Thank you for the story, thank you for the many updates. I will say, there was probably double what I read there in that entire post of just lots of other things that OP adds and says and all these other conversations. If you want, you can go find that post and see everything else he's said. But this episode would have been like an hour long if I'd included all of that. So this was just the meat and potatoes of it. Am I the asshole for not allowing my oldest daughter to use my home as her wedding venue because her mother and her family will be invited? I had a restraining order against them until recently. I'm in a pretty bad situation right now. When my stepdaughter got married 2 years ago, she used our home as the wedding venue. We have a meadow in our backyard that's able to accommodate a large number of people, as well as an empty, clean barn that can be set up for dinner tables. My daughter was supposed to marry at another location last year, but because of the pandemic, the venue shut down permanently. She's now asked to use my home for the wedding, but I told her my issues with that. I had a restraining order against her mother, my ex, and a few members of her family after threats and harassment were directed towards my wife and myself. The restraining order expired mid-last year, but we haven't heard from them since. But I stayed firm in my decision. This has upset my daughter greatly, and she's screamed at me, which she has never done. I offered to give her $15,000 for an alternative venue, but now she's adamant about it being our home. I feel extremely uncomfortable giving my ex and her family access to my home because that's where the washrooms will be. My daughter has put this issue on Facebook, and I now have all of my extended family against me. This has also stirred up my ex and her family against me. And worse is that my wife and stepdaughter are now being accused of trying to ruin my daughter's wedding when they haven't played any part in it. I'm planning on giving in and letting my daughter use our home for the wedding later this year. but I'm going to tell my wife and stepdaughter not to be around for it, which I'm sure is going to create a bunch of other issues. Am I the asshole? In the comments, Adept1 says, not the asshole. Go renew the restraining order if your ex and her family are harassing you, and explain to your daughter that she can either have the wedding at your home without her mother and her side of the family, or she can accept the $15,000 and have it elsewhere. But for personal safety reasons, you will not let her mother into your home. Otherwise, rent porta potties. They have some super fancy ones for wedding venues. Trailers that don't look or smell like porta potties, with a washroom. OP says, I won't be renewing the order because I don't have any real standing this time. I also don't want to renew it because I do want to attend my daughter's wedding without causing any issues. But the outdoor bathrooms are an excellent idea. I have texted the idea to my daughter. PBC says, not the asshole, but how is it that you raised your, presumably, adult daughter in such a way that when you don't give her what she wants, she screams at you and goes after you on Facebook? And why do you think the right thing to do is to give in to her antics by letting her do the wedding at your house after all? My own daughter just got married, and I provided financial support. If she had screamed at me about anything related to the wedding, you can be sure that financial support would have been withdrawn. OP says, my daughter has never raised her voice at me, but I can only imagine that the other family members are riling her up. She also posted something on Facebook that didn't explicitly blame me, but my own sister made it into a circus that involved my ex and her family. I feel badly that my daughter is put under all of this stress due to my ex and my issues. I don't think there is a good option in this situation. I don't think anyone wins, no matter what you do, but maybe the least friction is caused by giving her the $15,000 and attending the wedding, so that you keep it as far away from your peace and your property as possible, and you have somewhere to go to if something happens. I really don't know, man. This situation is kind of crazy to me. And now, onto the update. I messaged my daughter about the outdoor trailer bathrooms, and she has refused and said that it was a disgusting idea. She then accused me of treating her worse than my stepdaughter, and that I play favorites, and that I'm a terrible father. She doesn't want the wedding at our home anymore, and hung up. She's no longer picking up my calls. I got an angry call from my mother, who says she is hosting her wedding instead, and that I will not be welcomed at the wedding. My father will be walking my daughter down the aisle instead of me. Thanks everyone for the advice. I appreciate it, but I feel like I've made the biggest mistake of my life. I'm completely heartbroken. In the comments, Nom Nomish says, not the asshole. I'm constantly baffled by the massive levels of entitlement and self-centeredness people show. All your daughter cares about is that she gets her due, which is your home location as a venue? She shows zero empathy or feelings or care about the fact that you actually had such a bad falling out with your ex-wife that you had to take a restraining order? You didn't make the biggest mistake of your life at all. Your concerns were very reasonable. Your daughter was the one who behaved like an absolute self-centered brat with no consideration for anyone else, including her parents. On top of it, she took it nuclear by sharing it with the world and washing dirty linen in public. You did nothing wrong here. All this did was reveal the true character of your kid. That's the sad part. The thing is, it would have come out sooner or later, so you're better off it came out now instead of later. OP says, I was always very close to my daughter, and she's had to deal with a lot of issues because of my issues with my ex. But she's always remained sweet to me and has never asked anything from me. But in hindsight, I can see why she's finally reached her limit with dealing with my issues. I'm absolutely gutted that she's reached this point with me. I really should have just sucked it up for one night. But I know that things are just going to get much worse because my stepdaughter's husband works for my father. But my parents favor my daughter, so I only know this is going to get worse, and I'm feeling very fearful over what's going to come. And now, onto the next update. I've had many messages asking me for an update that I've only noticed after logging back into this account. I have a fairly positive update. My daughter's wedding took place in October last year. After a few months of my daughter refusing to talk to me, my wife saw how I was being affected by the situation and said I should just let our daughter use our home without any restrictions, that we should lock up our valuables and hope for the best. I was extremely hesitant, but at my wife's insistence, I arranged a meeting at my mother's home and made the offer. I was immediately told that it was too late and that the new invitations were already sent out and the wedding would be happening at my mother's property. But my daughter asked for the $15,000 I originally offered for an alternative venue to be used to renovate my mother's home a little for the wedding. I just accepted that this was the best that it was going to get and gave her the money. My daughter still didn't warm up to me after this and would only reply to texts occasionally. Then, a month before the wedding, I was told to come to the wedding without my wife. My daughter said that, similar to how my wife and I felt, her mother and some members of her maternal family felt uncomfortable being around us due to the expired restraining order. She said she was willing to fight them to have her father at the wedding, but my wife, stepdaughter, and her husband were not invited. I was incredibly disappointed. I wanted to confront my daughter and potentially not go to the wedding at all if my wife was not invited. But my wife said that there's too much bad blood and I should just attend the wedding quietly for my daughter's sake. I ended up attending the wedding alone and left once dinner was done. While I got to see my daughter get married, my heart feels heavy that it was such a conflict-filled situation. Even having me walk her down the aisle became such a touchy subject that she just ended up having her half-brother walk her down the aisle instead. When I went to congratulate my daughter before I left, she angrily told me that she should have just eloped because of me and my ex, and that it's disgusting that her own parents ruined every aspect of her wedding, that she can't wait to build a life separate from everyone. I apologized, and I cried on the way home. A part of me is happy that my daughter is still somewhat talking to me, but I do regret putting her under so much stress. It's not her fault that her parents can't get along. I'm just hopeful that we can slowly start repairing our relationship. In the comments, I'm sorry about the whole situation. You didn't do anything wrong, and your daughter sounds very selfish. From what I've read, you and your ex did not ruin her wedding. She was fixated on using your house, and after you said no, she decided to just blame every bad thing on you. I also think her not allowing your wife to attend was unreasonable. You didn't want your ex and her family at your house. They decided they didn't want your wife and family at your mother's house? I know you're hopeful about repairing the relationship, but it doesn't sound like she wants it. Be careful if she does reach out in the future that she's not just doing it to use you for money or similar. OP replies, I really don't think it's about money since my parents and her new husband are well off. She just thinks that I treat her worse than my stepdaughter after the whole venue situation, and I hate that she feels that way, even after I've tried to explain my reasoning. And she's definitely been caught between my and her mother's issues. It's not her fault that her mother escalated it to the point of us needing to file restraining orders. It's just been a highly stressful situation, and I feel very badly that I played a part in making her wedding not a completely happy event. She does seem to be open to replying to my texts occasionally, so I'm hoping that with time she'll warm up to me again. Core81 says, quote, but my wife said that there's too much bad blood and I should just attend the wedding quietly for my daughter's sake. That is very mature of your wife. OP says, she's an incredible person, but the really unfortunate part out of this whole situation has been the fallout that my wife and stepdaughter have to deal with. There's members of my family who think my wife played a part in not having our home made available for my daughter, even though I've repeatedly told them that she in fact pushed to let the wedding happen at our home. Even worse is that both my daughter and my stepdaughter's husband worked for my father. My son-in-law had to change companies because of how awkward the entire situation was, since my father was fully supporting my daughter. So my stepdaughter ended up moving 2 hours away, which has upset my wife greatly. I just keep thinking that if maybe we just sucked it up for one day and just let the wedding happen at our home in the first place, we wouldn't be in this terrible situation. And our next update is the daughter's side. And it's titled, "Good job, Dad. I found your Reddit post. I hope all the validation was worth it because you are never going to see me or my baby again. But who cares? A bunch of internet strangers think that you're the hero and I'm an evil, money-hungry bitch. I hope you are real happy. Not only was my wedding miserable, but since you and Mum divorced, my whole life has been. You want to talk about how horrible she is? Yeah, you're right. She is. But so are you. You always put me in a position where I felt that even saying the slightest positive thing about her would get me in trouble. My birthdays were horrible because you both could not grow up and behave. I hate my birthdays now because I can only remember you screaming at each other. You never cared about me. You cared about hurting her more. I tried to be so understanding. I always told myself that my mum was worse, but no. You are horrible too. You made me feel like a second-class citizen at home. You showed my stepsister so much more love and care than you did me. Do you know how much it hurt seeing you accommodate her every wish at her wedding? Do you know how much it hurt when you basically laughed in my face when I asked for the same? You are not the polite martyr that you made everyone believe you are. I'm done with you. I was done with you when you kept making remarks at my wedding. I was done with you when you basically screamed at me for not inviting your wife and her daughter. They don't feel like family, and neither do you now. Oh yeah, I'm expecting. That was a surprise. I was thinking of calling you, but after seeing your posts, I don't want to. My therapist says that you and my mother are the cause for my childhood trauma, and this year I will cut out toxic people. If you care so much about the money, I'll mail the check to you. I'm done with you, with your wife, and your daughter that you love so much. Don't worry, I'm also done with your quote-unquote ex. I hope you're happy, and I hope that Reddit karma is a good substitute for me. Oh wait, you actually care for Reddit karma? In the comments, Agitated Internet 354 says, I honestly trust both of them. The perspective was different, but the facts were all the same. She's holding on to an extreme amount of resentment towards both of her parents for their failures while she was growing up, and this causes her to become outraged at anything he does that could even be slightly negative. He's moved on from the person that he was and has a more hopeful and peaceful outlook, but never took the time to address his failures with his daughter in a way that she found meaningful. He messed up by allowing negativity to cloud the way that he treated his family, and now it seems that she's doing the same thing. Neither are perfect individuals at this point, but neither is lying. Holy Fudge says, I kind of agree, but I also disagree with you, and I don't trust the dad at all. Not when I first read his posts, before OP, the daughter, even made this post. And here's why. When I first read it, I immediately felt bad for OP, and I remember thinking, this is so fucking vague. He really can't expect people just to believe that he's telling the truth. But sadly, this subreddit just does and goes right on to hating the supposed villain, which is OP in this case. His post was so vague, and honestly was the vaguest post that I've read on that subreddit. People omitting the facts and reality is so common, and that's why everyone just believed him. Especially when he revealed absolutely nothing in his post. Like, nothing. It was so bizarre to me. He said he had a restraining order against his ex, but he didn't say for what, even when people asked him. Again, we're not entitled to that information, but it was important information for people to make a proper judgment. He never said that he's not comfortable with sharing that, neither did he address that question, which was interesting to me because he did that a lot. He could have just easily told people what happened so they can get why he doesn't want to compromise for his daughter, but he didn't. A lot of people asked if his new wife was his affair partner, which again, he never answered. And he answered a lot of different questions. A lot of comments asked the same question about his wife, not because his ex is a good person, but just to know if the ex was justified in her anger and made a terrible decision that led to the restraining order, but he again conveniently never answered any of them. His story was so bloody vague that I knew right away that anything he's saying is just bullshit, and he's painting this picture so he can tell himself that he isn't in the wrong. And this was the most important thing to me. He painted such an innocent and amazing image of his wife and her daughter. He went above and beyond to make sure that no one questions them and they are saints. Again, they could be good people, and while I don't think so, because I don't trust a word that he said, I'm not going to question it unless OP tells something. But it was so painful to read because he not once in his post said anything good about OP or defended her. He mentioned that she wanted the same venue as his stepdaughter, but didn't reveal anything else. Painting OP as just a jealous one. He interestingly mentioned that he gave her $15K, but not once did he say that he offered it because he felt bad or it was a gift, but he led everyone to believe that OP is a greedy bitch and he was a poor dad who couldn't understand why his own daughter hated him. First of all, he offered money so he doesn't have to live with the guilt. It was his way of clearing his conscience so he can say, "Oh, but I gave her $15K. I clearly love her." He gushed and defended his wife and stepdaughter in the comments, while he ignored all of the comments that were calling OP names, greedy, and were basically awful to her. He said nothing, not a word. He could have defended her. He could have said that she's not a bad person. There were so many comments calling OP awful stuff, yet he said nothing, but he was all praise and woe is me when it came to his wife and stepdaughter. Heck, he was more worried about his stepdaughter and stepdaughter's husband because they have to move 2 hours away. I remember reading that and I was like, what the hell? You made your daughter's life hell. You ruined her wedding, and yet you're still worried about your stepdaughter who was just moving 2 hours away? And not only that, but he was still more worried about how his wife feels and how she's so sad that his daughter is moving 2 hours away. He was also more worried about how his family is going to treat his new wife and daughter after the fallout than he ever was about OP. Like, dude, this is still your top concern after everything you did to your daughter? I actually remember feeling disgusted after that and was like, no wonder your daughter hates you. I didn't trust him when I read it, and I sure as hell don't trust him anymore. Sorry for the rant, and I know it got long, but I just remembered the dad's post even now, and I guess the anger I felt for him while reading it the first time kind of resurfaced. I just want to say, my thoughts, or whatever I wrote about, were the same when I read the dad's post, and they were just solidified after reading OP's post. I just knew it. I feel sorry for OP. She didn't deserve what they put her through. I hope that she cuts all contact with him and whoever she wishes and starts a new life for herself. After everything, she doesn't owe him shit and he doesn't deserve to be in her life. OP, if you're reading this, you deserve better, and I hope you find the strength to walk away from all of this and never look back. You deserve to be happy. And OP replies, I'm gonna be honest here, his comments were the ones that hurt the most, because he's always been like that. His stepdaughter could do no wrong, even though she was my biggest bully at home. She would directly taunt me that my own father loved her more than me. She would do shit like cry when I didn't lend her stuff and tell my father that I had slapped her. Or she would take my stuff and pretend that it was hers. Also, her husband didn't get fired because of me. His performance was critically lacking. He was leaning back because he thought he secured his future there. He made a lot of careless mistakes and would basically dispose of my company time as his own. His wife is another story. She was always the saint in front of him. She would never straight up tell me that she hated me or so. She would do little indirect knacks so that she would always say she didn't mean it. I hated being there. I hated being at my mum's place because she cared more about her boyfriends. So I just spend most of my time with my friends or just outside or with my grandparents. My grandparents are honestly the only saving grace. Even they are so disappointed with my father, their own son. Someone else says, that's typical of divorce. People don't seem to understand that it's not the divorce that hurts the kids, it's how the parents act post-divorce. I know exactly what you're talking about, OP. My mum and dad couldn't even be in the same state. They hate each other. I'm in my 30s, and finally, both my parents came to visit. Trip overlapped, but they still refused to be in the same room as each other, so I had to work overtime to ensure each side got equal time with my kid. It's better now versus when I was 14, and my dad would only refer to my mother as a whore who ruined our family. She did have an affair and left my dad for him, but to be fair, my dad cheated on my mum many times, he just didn't leave her. So to me, they both suck as marriage partners, and I'm glad they divorced. But it's damaging to hear both sides constantly complain and disparage each other over it for years. I feel worse for my little brother who grew up with such a skewed outlook on women. He's an angel, and as far as I can tell, doesn't treat women like crap like my dad did, but he's lucky because most kids grow up hearing about whore women, etc., turn out to be incels. Divorce is hard, don't get me wrong, but the only people who matter, the kids, are not solely affected by the divorce. They're affected by how they see their parents treat each other, and they are definitely affected when they're brought into the fight and made to agree with each side. I had to do the same with my mom when I would visit her. It's fucked. If parents could put aside their differences and unite after a divorce and kept their crap talking to themselves, it would be so beneficial to the kids. If I ever go through a divorce, I will bite my tongue hard to ensure my kid doesn't hear me talking crap about their father. And OP replies, I agree. It was mostly the same with me. I honestly was happy for the divorce because I thought they would be less miserable apart. They just made it each other's mission to hurt each other and used me as a bargaining chip during that. I'm sorry that you also went through that. Have you been able to work through all of the resentment? I'm still at the very beginning of that journey with my therapist, but right now, it seems almost impossible to not resent them. Jellyfish says, I really want to know the background to all of this. It feels like there's a whole bunch of context we're missing. I'd be interested in hearing the daughter's version of everything. It could be that it only reinforces the dad's version or tells a tale of a child that was constantly in the middle of battling parents, who recognizes that mum sucks, but dad kept a level of emotional distance and did favor the stepdaughter, even if the favor of the stepdaughter was done so unconsciously. I could see it going either way. Am I the asshole for blocking my friend of 10 years after she committed a HIPAA violation against me? I, 23 female, blocked my longtime friend A, 23 female, of 10 years after she used her work computer to look up my health insurance information without my consent. The worst part is that she took a photo of it, sent it through messages which her boyfriend of 1 year has access to. Some context. From my point of view, her boyfriend is leeching off of her. She has spent thousands of dollars on dates, including a motorcycle that was impounded by police because he didn't bother getting a license or permit. He has used her credit card to buy drugs, has driven her car while intoxicated, and uses everything that she owns, including her laptop that he uses to read all of her private conversations. I fear that he is isolating her from everyone around her, and it's working. When I saw the photo, she laughed it off. And I was scared, but pissed. I asked her why she would do that, and she said that she was just curious. I asked her how stupid she could be, not knowing what HIPAA was if she works at a doctor's clinic. She never responded and left me on red. I assumed to run to our other friend, B. No real apology or accountability. After 2 weeks, I blocked her. I confided in B and C about the situation. C was incredibly understanding, not understanding what possessed A to do this. B, on the other hand, loves to play devil's advocate and has always had animosity towards me. B said that A only had good intentions and that she was only being playful and trying to connect with me as a friend. I thought that was bullshit and explained that if A wanted to connect with me, she could have been an adult and communicated with me, asking for permission before risking her job, committing a HIPAA violation, and possibly leaking my information. I told B, what if my social security number was on there? What if A's boyfriend saw it as an opportunity to take credit cards out in my name? Days pass, B wants to hang out. I agreed, but informed her that I had blocked A and that we were no longer friends. I told her that she and C were welcome to stay friends with A, but that I want to hang out separately. B leaves me on red and doesn't reply for days. When she does, she responds along the lines of, I'm sorry that I hurt you, but that if you didn't want my opinion, you should have said so, and next time I'll keep it to myself. It's clear we both have very different opinions about things. I don't know. It felt like she was pushing the blame back to me instead of taking accountability. This week, C and I were supposed to hang out. She flaked the first day, claiming she took an extra shift, but then ghosted me completely the second time. After a few days, she apologized and asked if I'm free this weekend. I said, depends. Have you heard from B? And she replied, yeah, I went out with her yesterday. Why? Did you want to do something with all of us together? I realized that B, who mentioned in her apology text that C mentioned a jewelry stand and that we should all go, had gone with C to that same stand the day that C and I were supposed to hang out. After B dropped C off, she texted me with the apology message. I've been trying to spend time with both, only to be ghosted and left behind. I feel like they used the opportunity to discuss things behind my back. Now I feel like I'm being iced out. I'm starting to feel like they're planning some intervention or ambush to get me to forgive A. The trust is gone, and I feel hurt. I've tried being honest and setting boundaries, but now I'm wondering if I'm being excluded for standing up for myself. Now I'm wondering, am I the asshole for blocking A over this? And would I be the asshole if I distanced myself from B and C too? In the comments, Proofreader says, please report her to her workplace. She obviously has no idea about medical confidentiality, and she's incredibly unprofessional. OP says, already did through my insurance. Club Glittering replies, don't just rely on your insurance. Report her to her employer. What they said, OP, I don't understand why you only reported this to your insurance. Unless your friend works for them? Otherwise, your insurance can't do anything about this because they're not directly involved. You need to actually report this person to the office that she works at because this is a serious breach of conduct. You don't fuck with HIPAA. You need to speak with the practice manager at the office she works for to report this security breach. Her employer needs to know that your PHI is floating out there because of their employee. OP says, at the time, I thought the insurance would take care of it, but I see now that I should have reported it to her workplace. I will be doing that on Monday and making sure something happens. Also, report into your state's medical system, just in case her employer tries to bury the violation to cover their own ass. If A's employer tried to cover it up and HHS found out later, they would be in trouble for both the breach and failing to address the issue. I'm the HIPAA compliance officer for my organization, and if I were told this had happened and OP showed me the proof, A's ass would be out of the door so fast they would leave fire trails and smoke, like a Roadrunner cartoon. Just every time HIPAA comes up, it is not an am I the asshole situation anymore. Why is OP framing it like this? Oh no, am I the asshole for allowing them to get away with like a serious offense? A serious crime? I blocked her. That should be enough, right? Like, no, OP, please. I love that you're standing up for yourself. I love that you have a spine and you're doing everything correct in this situation, but get her ass. Get her ass. What has she done for you? Nothing. She's not even laying low and being a normal person that gets out of the way and is forever grateful that you are not violating her ass to HIPAA. She's taking your silence as, oh, hell yeah, I can keep stepping on you from the shadows. Let me just poison these other two friends against you because you're not man enough to take me up to HIPAA. I'm just gonna walk all over you. And maybe B is the one poisoning C against you, but in this instance, I think it's much more likely that A is more involved than anyone else here. She's stupid enough to leak her information like that and put you in harm's way of so many different things. She, to me, is definitely stupid enough to push her luck. Get her ass. And now, on to the update. After posting, I filed an official HIPAA complaint through the OCR website after many comments suggested it. I also reflected on this friend group and realized we'd all been drifting apart for some time now. Even before this incident, Alice and I were growing apart. Bella started showing more signs of animosity and resentment here and there, but Cassie? We were actually growing closer, so when she started ghosting me, I was left hurt and confused. Later, Bella sent me a text inviting me to a group hangout with some of her friends, including Cassie, but not Alice. I assumed this was an intervention disguised as a hangout to maybe mend things between Alice. but I can't be for certain. I replied that while I appreciate the thought, I wasn't comfortable hanging out and didn't like how some of the things were handled or said, especially since Bella tried shifting the blame to me when she texted me an apology, quote-unquote, beforehand. I also said that I needed space to reevaluate some things, but I told her to have fun and to stay safe. She replied, wishing me the best, but if I needed anything, she was going to be waiting for me while respecting my need for space. I haven't reached out since, but I've been thinking about it. Weeks passed, and I was still stuck up on the situation. My sister-in-law got tired and finally asked me why I couldn't let it go. After taking some time to reflect on the reasons and my choices, I put my big girl pants on and made the decision to call. I called, got connected to the manager, and explained what happened. I offered to email the screenshots, and because of the small size of the clinic, they had to create a completely new email so I could send everything. The next day, I received an email explaining that the clinic would be starting their investigation days earlier than they initially said. Days passed, and I received a conclusion email giving me their thanks for having the courage to report and what they did. They put Alice on leave and reviewed the logs for several days. They brought her in for an HR meeting and decided on training Alice with some HIPAA training and putting in measures so that this will never happen again. I'm sure this isn't the update many expected or hoped for. I did what many recommended, but the decision was ultimately up to the clinic. I hope this was a wake-up call for Alice. I haven't heard anything from Alice, Bella, or Cassie since. My thoughts are that Alice made a stupid and careless mistake that nearly costed her job and ended our friendship. She's always had the habit of making careless mistakes without thinking or caring about the consequences until they came. As for her boyfriend, I don't know him that well, but I've seen red flags that he's presented in person and from what Alice has told me. For why I didn't tell her, she's the type to not listen or make excuses about her relationship. Besides, I wouldn't be the first friend to drop her because of her behavior once she started dating her boyfriend. I also want to briefly say that when writing my original post, it was 4 a.m. and I was shaking with anxiety at the realization that I just lost my closest friends of a decade. I regret how messy it sounded, with more gossip and ranting than actual facts of what happened, and I apologize for that. I hope that this update shows that I actually took the time to process things and approach it with more maturity than my first one. Thank you to everyone who responded to my original post with advice, support, and even criticism. I think the blunt comments calling me a doormat were the most helpful in helping me reflect about everything. I know it took me some time, but in the end, I called and got some closure. I think this whole situation pushed me to improve myself for the better, not just as a person, but to be better friends to the future friends I'll meet. Thanks for reading. And at this moment, it'll probably be my only update unless something significant happens. There were a lot of questions, so here's some clarification. Why did she look up my information and take a photo? I've been dealing with health issues that are progressively getting worse, and I have no answers and had no decent doctor. I think she took it upon herself to try and help by looking up my health insurance information. When asked why, she texted she was curious. I know she had good intentions, but I never gave her permission to look up my info or take a photo. If Alice had just asked me, I would have said no since I didn't want her jeopardizing her job, but also, if she only would have asked me, I would have let her know that I already had found a new doctor. Who did she send the photo to? As far as I know, just me. But her boyfriend uses her laptop and basically everything she owns. I believe he's read our conversations, which I had no clue until he brought up my health concerns that I confided in Alice, and has also sent me a few messages, not clarifying it was him. So there was a very real possibility he saw the photo. More info, my social security number was not in the photo. I only said, what if it was? If it was, it would have been more serious. My name, address, birthday, and health insurance information was on there. In the comments, Two Dogs Life says, "That's fair to do retraining and have the write-up in her folder. It's not something people in healthcare are supposed to do. I'm sorry you lost your friends out of the situation though." OP says, "Thank you. But this situation taught me a lot, and I hope I find better friends one day. And please stop saying they had good intentions. They clearly didn't. Good intentions would have been asking OP first if she would be okay with them doing some digging to try and help. Happy Wolverine says, "You did right by reporting the HIPAA violation. You were also right in realizing that your friends were really no longer real friends anymore. You're at an age where big life changes happen, and old friends often go by the wayside as we come to find others that are more closely aligned with where we see ourselves in the grand scheme of things. You'll be fine. Keep the good memories and just let those women go their own ways." OP says, "Thank you for this. It was hard since I knew them for so long, but I saw the signs but didn't want to admit to myself that we were all growing apart." Unicorn Stud Rainbow says, "Take this as a sign to not coast in your social life and find new friends and acquaintances who align more with you and where you are in your life." I think that's some good advice to end on. I think as much as we can coast along in life and in our careers, we very much also can and do coast along in our social lives. That advice obviously doesn't apply to everyone, but I can relate to that. I can relate to not having as many friends as I think I would like to have in my life, and it's always good to hear advice like that and how to go about finding my tribe. Outside of that, I think it is great that OP did report the HIPAA violation. I would have liked to see her be fired for that, though I know that's not always realistic. To me, it did kind of seem malicious what Alice did there, and I would like to think that Alice deserved more punishment than what she was given, but that doesn't always happen. Things don't always go the way you think they deserve to go. Thank you for the story. Thank you for the update. All the best at finding new friends that won't pull this shit on you, OP. Thank you. Our next post is by a throwaway account, and it's titled, "My 35 female, husband 35 male, and my friend 36 female acted like they wanted each other sexually right in front of me." For some background, my husband and I have been married for 12 years, together for 17. 2 nights ago, we went out for a friend's birthday. We'll call her Jane. Jane is married to my husband's childhood friend. They got married about 1.5 years ago, and they've not been doing well due to him breaking Jane's trust. They are in therapy, but it's getting close to divorce. She is understandably very upset. For some more background that will make sense later, my husband and I haven't had sex in 2 months. I've recovered from an injury that caused me a lot of bleeding during sex. A couple of times during these 2 months, I offered oral sex to him, but he declined. He said he wasn't feeling up to it when I offered, and I believe him. I just want to make it clear that it's not a sexless marriage. My husband also has some self-esteem issues from prior trauma, and he is in therapy for that. While we're out for Jane's birthday with some other friends, everything is fine until they're a few drinks in. I only had one the entire night. Our other friends had to call it a night, so it's just me, my husband, and Jane. This is where things get weird. They start flirting in this weird power play for dominance. I don't really know how to describe it. Jane says something about putting herself in a box, like horny jail, because it's been so long since she'd had sex, and my husband jokingly grabs her by the throat and says, "Yeah, I'll put you in a box." What? Oh my god. While all of this is happening, there's this random dude that's hitting on Jane. It's karaoke night, and the random guy serenades her and gives her this silly lap dance. So, all fun and games, right? No. It just keeps escalating from here. Later, Jane grabs my husband's hair and shoves him into the wall, and he kinda moans. He says, "If you grab me by the hair again, it'll end with my dick in your throat," or something along those lines. This entire time, I'm awkwardly laughing it off because I know they're both drunk and they're laughing. That joking gesture is like game over for a marriage. You can't say that. At the time, I think my husband is playing around and trying to make her feel better because it's her birthday and her marriage is in the trash. I didn't realize until hours later my husband wasn't giving me any of the attention that he usually does. More flirting keeps happening, and my husband asks me multiple times if I'm okay. I just quickly answer that I'm fine. If he's asking me that multiple times, doesn't it sound like he knows that something is wrong, and he's just looking to see how far this would go? When the bar is closing, I drive us home. Jane doesn't want to go home because of things going on in her marriage. She stayed with us before, so that's not out of the ordinary. And of course, it just gets weirder. Jane pushes my husband onto the couch, straddles him, and chokes him. My husband is enjoying this. I'm standing there dumbfounded. He kept saying how the dynamic was weird, but how much he wanted it. Later, while my husband is in the restroom, Jane tells me they are not sexually attracted to each other, but they are both very sexually attracted to me. Like, yes, I know my husband's sexually attracted to me. He comes out, and at some point, my husband says he wants to throw us both down and fuck us, and says, "Go fuck my wife," to Jane. As soon as what was said involved me directly, I had to say something then. I said I think both of them sober wouldn't do anything behind Jane's husband's, my husband's best friend from childhood's, back, regardless of how much of a jerk he's being, and I wasn't down to do anything when alcohol's involved. They said okay. What I said was a cop-out, honestly. I wouldn't be comfortable if alcohol wasn't involved either, but I didn't know how to reasonably voice that, so I used alcohol as an excuse. Later, I've come to understand I was disassociating at the bar and not processing what was happening. I also didn't want to come between what was happening because they are two adults. I shouldn't have to be the sober person to stop or otherwise prevent something happening by being a mother hen. My husband should know better. We had previously talked about how I was uncomfortable earlier this month when she had put her hand on his chest while laughing. She was also drunk then. He apologized for not stopping that. So what would the night have been like if I wasn't there? I feel grimy or ashamed, but I didn't do anything, so why do I feel that way? How much of this is being drunk and silly and not having had sex in a while, and how much of it is something else? Is this going to happen anytime he has a few drinks and someone gives him attention? I don't know. I've communicated all of this to my husband once he was sober, and he says he feels awful. He apologized and made us an appointment with a marriage counselor. I'm asking the above questions, and does it seem like therapy would even help? Has anyone here dealt with something similar, and what was the result? I'm having nightmares about this. I'm so hurt and angry, I can barely even look at my husband. Am I being unreasonable? Is it my fault for not saying I wasn't okay until later, even though I wasn't given the chance to really think about it? In the comments, Freaky Leak Soup says, I don't understand how in the hell you aren't freaking out more. I'm not married, but my boyfriend and I have been together for 6 years. If a friend was straddling him, choking him, pushing him around, touching his hair, and making these comments, he and that friend would be out of the door so fucking fast. Stop downplaying this. Drunk or not, my partner and I have both been blackout drunk and have never pushed the line like this. And friends would never cross boundaries like that either. Whether their marriage is messed up or not, it's disrespectful, gross, and the alcohol is a pathetic excuse. I'd also be wondering if something's been going on with them already, because this seemed pre-planned almost. But obviously, I wouldn't know. OP says, too many people have commented here saying that they think that it was pre-planned, and I hadn't even considered that. I feel sick. I really should be freaking out more. Zoloft is a hell of a drug, I guess. Another thing, OP, maybe Jane's marriage falling apart is not all her husband's doing. She's probably been feeding you tales. I mean, the proof is in the pudding, and if she treats you, her friend, like this... No Contribution says, your husband and your friend kept flirting with each other, and your response is, maybe therapy would help. I'm sorry, but I can see why they felt comfortable doing all of that in front of you. You need to set boundaries and let people, especially your husband, know that you don't like this behavior and won't stand for it. Moreover, it sounds like it's not the first time they've done something like this. So you'd better talk to your spouse and ask him what that was all about. Also, from what I'm reading, your friend who was getting divorced, it is comfortable doing all of this with other men. Maybe she's the reason why they're getting a divorce. All in all, distance yourself from her. She doesn't sound like a genuine friend. I'm getting a feeling they're doing something behind your back, so no contact for now is better to see if your partner is cheating on you. OP says, don't apologize. I was hoping to get some brutal replies from Reddit. I was a total doormat, and I'm ashamed to have let myself be so disrespected. Glowworm says, they probably have cheated with each other and are trying to line up some gross threesome so they can fuck each other openly with your permission. Both are trash, and neither has any respect for you. Unbelievable your husband would entertain or say that shit, and it's clearly happened before, otherwise he wouldn't have been so easy to go with it. OP replies, what you're saying are the things I'm afraid of. That they've done something before already. Coming to terms with that now is, I don't know what, more than heartbreaking. They are way too comfortable with each other to not have some sexual history here. Either they've talked about it or done it. I'm gonna lean on they've talked about it with a good chance that they have done it, because that was a crazy amount of disrespect that they were showing and just outright disregard for either's relationships. The husband especially, no regard for his marriage in front of his wife. As I said before, that is instant divorce territory. That's not even go to marriage counseling about it. You said you want to shove your dick down another woman's throat in front of your wife. That was on top of everything else that happened, and then everything else that preceded it. That is divorce territory. I would be surprised if OP doesn't divorce him after this. I know you've been together for 17 years. I understand that, but how you don't divorce someone for doing that would boggle my mind. I don't care if people say, wow, you're throwing divorce around like it's nothing. If you're going to comment that, would you be happy if your partner did that in front of you? Would you seriously not divorce them for that? Would you be able to get past something like this? Because I for sure could not, and I would not put up with that amount of disrespect. And now, onto the update. I don't really have much to add, but I know people are asking for an update. The first therapy session went well. My husband is genuinely remorseful and has no problem never communicating with Jane ever again. I'm doing my best to work through how I feel about all of this and not compartmentalize. Time and hard work will tell if our relationship survives. I've not had a conversation with Jane yet, but I know I need to. She's asked me to go to lunch or dinner, just us. But I've had a migraine when she wanted to go, so that was cancelled. I've had one session with my own therapist so far, and I feel like I'll be better equipped to handle that conversation once I've had a couple of sessions. If people want to know how that goes, I guess I'll comment on this post and post it to my profile, since only one update is allowed. As far as I know, Jane has asked her husband for a divorce. I only know this because he messaged my husband about it. Jane has not told her soon-to-be ex-husband what happened on her birthday, and my husband wants to tell him, of course. I'm not sure when that will happen, but it definitely needs to. Since they're already getting divorced, I could see how people might feel like that would just be adding salt to his wounds, but he had the right to know. I'll also post a comment when that happens, and post it to my profile. I think that's everything. Just a few developments to share. Edit. Forgot to add, apparently, Jane said to my husband in the car next morning, if I was sober, I would have fucked you. He said he just kept driving stone-faced. Also, my doorbell camera caught her asking him, do you think I fucked up? I haven't formulated what I'm going to say to her about this yet. In the comments, Professional Drama says, Jane said to my husband in the car next morning, yada yada yada, why the hell was he in the car with her after everything? Sorry, but your husband's also trash, right? My thoughts exactly. After all of that, he drives her home alone? What? Woman, Your friend literally told your husband she would have slept with him sober, and your husband was out here moaning, choking, and talking about threesomes with her right in front of you. That's not a mistake. He is literally showing you who he really is when he thinks he can get away with it. Therapy or not, he disrespected you in the most humiliating way possible. Jane isn't a friend, and your husband isn't a life partner. You don't need to save the marriage, but you need to save yourself. Stop being the third wheel and lawyer up. Hey Reddit, hey guys, so my marriage is literally perfect in every single way. He is the most loving, perfect person ever, except for this one birthday party that we went to. But also just let me downplay it a little bit because literally everything else about us is perfect. But he wanted to have a threesome with this other woman in front of me, and he moaned when she choked him up against the wall. But literally everything else is perfect in our life. Literally everything. Except for this one night. But we're just going to go to therapy and ignore that one. OP, leave him. I don't want any more updates. I don't want to hear it. This update further solidifies that you should leave him. Why was he driving her home in the car, alone? There's no trust there. Why did you trust him to do that? And she said that she would have fucked him if she was sober. Well, she was pretty sober in the car, wasn't she? How do you know that it didn't happen? How can you trust these people? Not judging, just saying, I think it'd be in your best interest to leave this man. He is not the same person you married 12 years ago. People change, for the worse sometimes. And that's okay, these things happen. You just protect yourself when you recognize that the situation is no longer sustainable for you and will not get better. I don't believe it will. Thank you for the post. Thank you for the update. Good luck out there. I don't want my sister-in-law to come to our vacation, and now she claims I shamed her. I don't think you can shame someone who is incapable of being shamed of her own actions, even after people pointed them out to her. So a couple of years ago, my brother met his now wife Susan, 33 female, and started bringing her to our events. Our family has a cabin that we use every year for a 1-week family vacation. Normally it used to be our parents, husband and I and my brother, but for the last 2 years, Susan also joined us. This year, I refuse to go if Susan is present, and my parents want me there, so Susan is not invited anymore. On to why I don't want Susan to come with us. The short reply is that she is disgusting. She doesn't have any kind of hygiene, and every vacation with her was a nightmare because she can't act like a normal human being. Some examples of what happened until now. She stinks. Plain and simple. How my brother can tolerate her smelling the way she does is beyond my understanding, but all the rest of us have a hard time being in her presence. The reason why she stinks is because she's against using deodorant. She uses items that don't belong to her without asking and without informing anyone afterwards. Last year, I had left my and my husband's towels to dry in the sun after we had our morning showers. Around noon, I wanted to take the towel back into our room, and I noticed that it was soaking wet, which couldn't be possible since it literally stayed in the sun for half a day. When I asked if anyone knows what happened to our towel or why it was wet, Susan said she had a shower and used it. It's a miracle she showers, but I don't share my towels with anyone except, of course, my husband, so it landed right in the bin. She acted offended that I threw it out and said there's no need to act like she has the plague. I told her there's also no need to use my towel, and I don't care what she has or not. It's not okay to use things that don't belong to you no matter what. She doesn't clean the toilet after using it, so all of us found period blood and poop displayed when we needed to use the bathroom. She also doesn't wrap her tampons when throwing them away in the bin. Her reason every time is I forgot. I've seen her multiple times drinking juice and milk directly from the bottle. She also forgets we don't want to share saliva with her and that this habit is disgusting. She uses her hands to mix ingredients without washing them before. She was making a salad and mixed everything together in the bowl with her dirty hands. When we talked to my brother about everything, he always made excuses for her. His main justifications are that she has autism and that she grew up poor, so we need to be understanding of her. I am not. Poverty is not an excuse to stink and be dirty. Poverty and autism are not excuses to not clean the toilet after you use it when you have a brush there for this exact purpose. I guess my brother told her the reasons why she's not invited, and she confronted me, crying that I'm shaming her. So I told her if by this age she's incapable of feeling ashamed by her own behavior, there is a very slim chance that I or anyone else can ever shame her in any way. Am I the asshole here? In the comments, First Froglet says, not the asshole. Your brother is for blaming autism on her behavior. One thing I've found autistic people are normally very good at is understanding direct instructions like, please wash your hands before touching food, and please don't use my things without asking, and you have to make the toilet look clean before you leave the room. I can understand that deodorant might be difficult from a sensory perspective, although I found the cream one suits me. However, if you don't use it, you need to clean yourself more often so you don't have body odor. Just There for the Crank says, as someone on the spectrum, how much it would have helped to have those instructions directly. It's the tact I take with my daughter. Tell her exactly what we need her to do. No subtleties. No, it should be like this. Just in these circumstances, you have to do this. If I give her straightforward rules, she's awesome at following them. Plus, with rules given to her, separate from the situation, demand avoidance is less of an issue. If I tell her in the heat of the moment, do this, she can feel confronted. If I tell her when we're doing something different, when this happens, do this, she absorbs the message and takes it on board. For parents out there, for us, when we're sat together drawing or coloring or playing with Play-Doh, she seems particularly receptive. This is also the top time that she'll tell me stuff that's bothering her, when we're definitely together but not looking at each other and focusing on something different. Lychee OK says, not the asshole. She's not disgusting because she grew up poor or because she has autism. She's just the type of person who lacks respect for the people around her and then blames it on her condition or upbringing. I don't understand this logic. I grew up super poor, my mum's a freaking clean freak and would not stand for such behavior. Not cleaning up the toilet after usage is not an autism or a poor thing, it's a disgusting person thing. Ugh, I feel so gross just reading this. I'm completely on your side on this one, OP. You're absolutely not the asshole here. And yeah, she's incapable of being shamed, so I don't understand why she is feigning shame. Through her actions, through her words, through her existence, she has shown that she is without shame and cannot be shamed. These are crocodile tears. I will not be believing them. She can stay out of the vacations for as long as it takes for her to change her ways in order to be a socially acceptable human being. Autism is not an excuse. That is not the reason that she is doing these things. The reason that she is doing them is because she does not respect herself or anyone around her. If she did have self-respect, she wouldn't be doing the disgusting things that she's doing. That's it. That's all that this situation is, and everyone is happier without her presence. So no, not the asshole. And now, on to the update. Thank you guys for all of your feedback for my last post. After yesterday, I was left with mixed feelings. On one hand, I'm happy that there are still normal people around who value being clean and sanitary. But on the other hand, I was sad to see how many nasty people we have around us. Someone said very well that shame should once again start being a thing, because maybe by feeling ashamed, some people will start acting normally again and stop demanding the rest of society to put up with nasty habits. As an adult, to go on the internet and claim that a 33-year-old female must be showed and explained basic things like cleaning a toilet seat after getting it dirty is unreal. Just a personal idea, but I'll share it here. One may not learn from home everything they need to know or all of the social standards, but each and every one of us is responsible to educate ourselves if that education did not come in our early years. meaning your parents may not have explained to you why it's important to have good hygiene, but as an adult, you have all the means to learn it yourself. Those who say, "My parents did not teach me this, and this is why I do not know," are just lazy and ignorant people. If you have a phone and internet access to waste time on writing nonsense on Reddit, you can clearly use those tools to Google it or watch tutorials on how to deal with your period, your sanitary products, or how to clean poop after yourself. That being said, my family and I are leaving tomorrow to go to the cabin. My brother will join us, but Susan will not. He will most probably give us more details the following days, but I guess he's also tired of his wife and her inability to act like a normal human being. It's sad that he is also to blame for how things turned out for not putting a stop to his wife's nasty habits, but, well, for the first time in 2 years, we will enjoy our family vacation, and my parents will have both his kids present with no stress, not being disgusted or tired of cleaning after an adult woman. For those who seemed unable to understand why my husband is still invited and my brother's wife is not, the answer is because my husband is not a pig, and because my husband did not leave period blood on the toilet seat, making my father storm out of the house to go pee in his own yard because he was too disgusted to use his own bathroom from his own cabin. I hope this clears that absurd question up, but if you need more graphic descriptions, I can provide them. Also, for those who will start crying in a corner about how unfair it is that Susan will be excluded, tough life, bro. Society will exclude you if you're unable to follow basic decent cues because people don't owe you anything. And no, this doesn't come from a place of hate, as immature people want to believe. It comes from a place of valuing boundaries and comfort. And one last thing. I promise this trip I am not throwing any towel away, since this was such a triggering topic for so many of you. Keep calm. The towels are safe with me, I swear. In the comments, Aggravating Area says, "People underestimate how exhausting it is to clean up after someone who refuses to act like an adult. You are not being harsh, you're being real about what you can and can't tolerate." And OP says, "I know. People act like it's our job to act like her maids or clean up after her, which is insane. And I really wonder where all this is coming from. Maybe these people are just like her and expect others to clean up after them. Who knows? Tell Susan to go over to their house and leave period blood on their damn toilets." OP says, "I had many people telling me that it's not a problem at all and that I am petty. So I guess they don't need Susan's fluids there. They must probably have their own on display." Big Bad Bob says, "I was working in a property that was getting a new bathroom installed. I went to survey the said bathroom, and the guy had poop all over the toilet seat as well as the toilet bowl. How the hell do you get poop on the actual seat? He knew we were coming and just left it while he sat on his gaming PC. I refused to do the job, and the guy was offended when I explained that I'm not going to work around his poop. Some people are just disgusting and don't care. Enjoy your break away with the family." If you're old enough to debate on Reddit, you're old enough to Google how to clean up after yourself. It's wild that this even needs to be said, but here we are. OP says, "Yeah, exactly my point. But it's easier to expect others to do the job for you instead of taking ownership over your own life." It also begs the question, what is she teaching her children in terms of personal hygiene? She may not have been taught, but she has a responsibility to ensure she doesn't pass her own failings onto her children. OP says, "Praise the Lord, they don't have any kids. It would be horrible if they did." And Fenrelin replies, "Exactly. When my boys were younger, around 3 and 4 years old, I would sometimes find pee around the toilet, and each time I did, I would have the kids come back and clean it up. I wouldn't do it for them, they were taught to clean up after themselves and not expect another person to." I'll say all's well that ends well in this situation. Everyone got what they wanted. Yep, and I think everyone also got what they deserved. If she's not going to learn from this situation, and she's not going to change her ways, she deserves the consequences that she gets. And no one should be bending over backwards for her. I think she needs to feel some shame, and I'm not going to walk back what I said before. I think we do need to bring back shame into society, especially for people like that. So I'm glad that everyone is enforcing strict boundaries on this woman. hopefully this is a message to that woman's husband that things need to change, or else she will continue to be socially outcast as a result of her actions, because nothing that she does in the cleanliness department is socially acceptable. And no matter how much she complains and chooses not to fix her ways, no one's going to accept that. And God knows why he accepts that. But hey, that's their relationship. Good luck to them and good on them. Thank you for the story, OP, and thank you for the update.